Live button. Obnoxious. Okay. We'll kick you, get a little extra content, I guess. So let's try this again. Are we live? I said, are we live? It looks like we are finally on both platforms because we were on Kick. VigilanteWilliamson here on the second episode of Synthwave Saturday Night. Sorry I'm late. I'm actually going to play the rest of this conversation between Trent Reznor and Rick Rubin that I've been listening to that made me late. I'm only going to play it on the phone, so it's not going to get me copyright claim. Sorry, Trent. They were just talking. They've been just talking. A lot of it is mainly because this is a Rick Rubin podcast. And he has I got to check this thing out. He's interviewing a lot of different people. You even interviewed Will Smith. I got to listen to that. That's going to be rough. And they're actually at the tail end, last couple minutes. And they just got into talking about the way it started off with music, but they were just talking about how entertainment feels now. How he said back in the day, because they started talking about music, streaming, how streaming makes music feel unimportant, and how it's like, you go back and forth like you listen to music on the background, and then you hear an album, and then next week a new album comes out, and just how the assembly line keeps going. You don't pay attention to music. Then Rick brought up a point. He said, back in the day, everybody saw The Godfather, and then The Godfather won Best Picture, and now the Best Picture at the Oscars is 10 movies, and nobody has seen any of them. And that's just the way, basically, to say like we don't consume content in the same way. They're basically saying something I've said on the other channels, which there is no more mainstream. There is no more mainstream. The mainstream entertainment sources, and this is why I'm doing music. This is why I can't stop, even though I should. Nas, I don't know if I'm gonna give Zombie Man a wrench if he wants one. And I listened to that beat. I might write to it. Don't talk about who people. I'm sorry, because the heart is in your way. But Zombie Man, if he wants a wrench, I don't know if you get a wrench on this channel, Nas. I give out wrenches freely on the main channel, right? Because this channel, I want it to be something pure. Plus, I don't know if you're gonna like the content. I've said that before, and you got upset. I don't know. This isn't gonna be. And Hell Dempsey, part of your people. I'm technically Italian. I did mention The Godfather. Apologies. And I'm part Irish, so there's beef there. Hey Dempsey, appreciate you being here. But no, it's something I've said. There is no mainstream, and it's crazy to hear. I guess I'll save the next 2 minutes since people have actually showed up. Zombie Man wouldn't mind a wrench. Zombie Man gets a wrench. I don't know, Nas. You got to be a model citizen. You like and one thing I plan on doing one of these days. I saw a Deus Ex cut of all the quote unquote red pills, and I'm going to try to appease you with that, with EFAPing that. Hopefully that'll appease the Deus Ex thing. And one thing I plan on doing. Hey, other me from the past, you shut up. So Zombie Man gets a wrench. You did call. I can't not give you a wrench, can I? I could talk shit, but like you're going to get a wrench. We all know you're going to get a wrench. So here's your wrench. I can't do that. Dempsey, if you want a wrench too, I don't want to get it too bad like the other channel, where everybody gets a wrench. But here you go, Nas. I can't. I kid, but it's like I can't really do that. Sucks at that. I do suck at Deus Ex, but yeah, I'm thinking about just EFAPing that. Hopefully that'll appease you. I saw part of one of these cuts, and I'm like, man, not that it's not all shocking stuff, but like, okay, I know all this stuff. I've talked about I've talked about how these Walmarts getting shut down and these big companies getting shut down. With a lot of these big buildings, Walmart has a tendency to own all of its buildings. I've talked about how that is going to lead to FEMA camps, because I remember seeing those Walmart FEMA camp tests from back in the day, and they passed, All these states pass these laws to decriminalize shoplifting. Walmart hits the worst. Then Walmart's closed, and it all, the theater plays out, but it's all for something. So my point is, when I see something from Deus Ex, it's cool to see. I like that stuff. Don't get me wrong, but it ain't nothing shocking me, man. Ain't nothing shocking me. This is a, 10,000-year-old death cult, maybe from the fallen angels from the Bible that they took as gods. That's the reason the Greek gods and the fucking not Egyptian, Kemetic gods, then the Egyptian gods and the Roman gods and some other, even some of the Indian gods, they're all the same fallen. So that's a whole nother can of worms. And why is that important? Because that breeds the death cult bankers that run everything. So that's a whole can of worms. But it's like I've been up on that, man. I've been up on that, man. It's nothing new to a pimp. Have a picnic and chat about games. Okay. And Dempsey does want a wrench. So we'll give him a wrench. So you guys have wrenches. You have the power. You have the power. We are streaming. Nas is jealous he got a wrench. He might be. You're the first wrench, Zombie Man. I just realized that. You're the first wrench of this channel. Which, ironically enough, Canaanites, there's a lot of, this stuff goes back to the biblical times, man. It goes back to those times. That's why there's a representation of a lot of those stories in other cultures. But no, so eventually I plan on doing that for you, maybe sometime this week. Not tomorrow. We're just going to do games tomorrow. But tonight, we're going to try Synthwave. So I did have the initial guys not being able to hear my synths live. You're the Highlander. Dope. It could be only one. But now should have that solved. It'll kind of suck for me because I'll hear things twice, but you'll at least hear it once. And that's what's important. You guys hear like a buzz in the background? You're the Highlander of the wrenches, I see. You have the power. You have the power. He's just one of your multiple personalities. For some reason, I don't believe that's true. For some reason, I don't buy it. So I don't know what we're going to do. Let's start off, actually, even though I just went to the screen. Let's start off just playing some of the stuff I've had throughout the week. One track that I was looking for last week to play that I wasn't able to. So let's just play some of the stuff. And I don't know how good or bad this is. I guess we're going to find out together, right? Yeah, okay. So let's, without further ado, here's music for you. Hopefully, wait, let me make sure this is oh, didn't have this thing, so you wouldn't have heard a damn thing. Wouldn't have heard a damn thing. All right, you should now. There you go. Few tracks is close to complete. Alrighty. I made that. You can kind of see if you look up here the date. I think it's '09. So I made that like a couple months ago. And the live song says kind of have a Postal Service vibe, a little bit. Mainly, like, you know what, that Make It Tunes for teen girls in the '80s. That's kind of the vibe we're trying to hit with this show and with some of this music. I do have a community post on the other channel that you're live or put up a live banner says I'm on the music channel. So I did a community post. I probably should have did it earlier in the day. Hey, feel free to share. Feel free to share. Sharing is caring. If you want to share on your social media sites. You said a hood poster. Why is it hood, huh? Is it because I'm black? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, I think that's what Papa Cotton said. I don't know if it was this one or the other one. We said it sounds like a John Hughes film, a shitty John Hughes film. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm just trying to rewind it. Let me see if there's anything else worth playing. And then we'll try to mess around with making something live. And then we'll go as long as we can. See what this is. Ebony and Ivory. Hold on, I'm about to listen to it myself. See if this is. Oh no, this is the same damn thing. I just gave it a name. Because I didn't have a name. Because I couldn't find it last week, so I gave it. It's usable synthwave. Because it's usable. Most of my songs are just not good. That's just the reality, man. But I'm coming to the reality that is the reality of music. Like I said, I was just listening to. It's not quite as related, but listen to Trent Reznor talk to Rick Rubin. And one thing that's interesting about Trent Reznor is, despite all his success, his entire life until this day, he struggles with imposter syndrome. And that's impossible to believe. Even if you're not a big Nine Inch Nails fan, it's like, wait, you've had way too much success to still have this imposter syndrome, but he does. And it was just like, okay, some of the things you think about yourself, if somebody that successful has imposter syndrome, don't feel crazy just because you do too. Right? Thank you for sharing it out on Twitter. And speaking of I will say the angel, he shall appear. I'm just talking about you, Pop Cotton. Appreciate you being here. Sick of it, just myself. What the fuck? No, this isn't good. This is actually what we did last week. And I know you didn't hear it and you weren't supposed to. I'm trying to see if there's any other recent projects that I haven't played worth. I felt like I was doing stuff this week. What the hell happened? What in the hell happened? I thought there was some other stuff. Sid Barrett. Shout out to Sid Barrett. That's the guy from Sex Pistols, right? What the hell is this? I'll play this. I'll play this minute of whatever. And I'm a little excited. I got obviously a lot of this music's being A theme. I'm not necessarily sure the whole album will be, but this music will be, at least for these streams. And I got my hands on some, like, the LM1, which is it wasn't just Prince's drum machine. Actually, this is using a drum track. But I got my hands on some. I already had some LM1 samples, but I got some better ones, and it sounds just like the Prince song. So I'm pretty excited about that for when we actually get into it. This isn't that great. This is just, just some drums and chord progression. There's no counterpoint, no bass line, nothing. We can add one, I guess. bass line real quick since we're here. And I'm not going to use this instrument because it wasn't turned on, so the MIDI's not going to work. You're thinking of Sid Vicious. Sid Barrett is Pink Floyd. All right, you're correct. I am. Every song I've ever written started out as a bad song. Don't be so hard on yourself. Yeah. You're probably right. And I made an album way back in the day. I made a few albums. But I released the album and a couple mixtapes with some friends. One group. What did I do? 2 solo mixtapes, 1 album, and then a group mixtape. Actually, more than one group mixtape, but one that we really took seriously. So that was my little music career back late 2000s, early 10s. And so I've released music, and then I stopped for the longest time. Have been back making music off and on the past 5-6 years, but I haven't, I got too much wanting to make something like super good in me. Like, everyone wants to make something good, right? But, and yeah, you're right. I was thinking Sid Vicious. Everyone wants to make something good, but I really want to make something like really, really good. And that's messing with me. So it is what it is. So where the hell is, here it is. Another thing I kind of discovered is what instruments I should be using for what that I have. So real quick, let's first make sure we've solved the synthesizer problem so you can hear me play synths live. So hold on a second. Actually, you can do it for me. Oh, let me make sure I can hear that. Check the. Yeah. So you guys can hear me play keyboard sounds too. So there we go. What I'll probably end up, because it records the MIDI and the audio at the same time. What I'll probably end up doing is having to retract the MIDI, because I don't know. So the routing of this shit is all crazy. It's all digitally routed, and I don't know if it'll fuck up the sound when I actually try to record myself playing. Plus, I'll probably play it imperfectly and then have to resequence the MIDI and then re-record from the MIDI the actual audio. So there may be a little bit of a process, and then you won't actually, I don't think, hear. No, you'll be able to hear it, but it may be a little bit of a process, you guys hearing things and not hearing things. So just a FYI for that. But what made you bring up Sid Barrett as far as because now I got the right Sid. He's the guy from Pink Floyd who infamously kind of went off the rails, whether it was drug use or whatever. And I think a lot of the music ended up inspired too. It's the reason you get some songs stuck in your head, even if you hate the song. Yeah, that does happen. So let's let me mess with the best of the bass line. Moving the mic over. Hopefully I don't hit my dog. And I'm not, because of the way the studio's set up, I gotta move to actually get to the synthesizer sound. So I'm gonna just mess around, play in the song, and mess around with some sort of bass line. And I may change the way the bass line sounds as far as the synth as we go along. So let's just do that. Where the fuck let me just check the MIDI, see where the fuck I'm even at. Here you go. So I could just go, oops. No. Okay, I just play the lowest note of each thing, so something like. Is that the right thing? So actually, you can kind of cheat. So let's cheat. Let's keep life simple for us. We're actually gonna copy this MIDI and then create. Actually, we don't have to do all that. Where are we? All right. we're going to copy this MIDI and we're going to move it down to. Oops. What notes were we at? So this is the lowest note. So. And because I don't know if I'm going to use these notes up top. And it's a monophonic synth, so I can only play one note at a time anyway. But we're going to go ahead and mute these notes from the chord progression and see what we have. Just basic bitch. I mean, we could really just do that. Oh, Sid Barrett was like that. Well, I'm not brilliant. People who never, but I mean, yeah, he said he was insane too. He was brilliant. But ironically enough, the band got bigger after he left. Because when you think of, I mean, a lot of the, but at the same time, he's kind of the focus of the music, almost trying to get him back. But for simplicity's sake, and this is, I guess this is why I get mad at myself, even though I'm about to just, I don't know if I'm going to keep this or not, is a lot of times when I'm making music, because I can spend all day, because I can be all in my head and try a million decisions, the second I get something usable, I just use it. Like I can mess with the sound, and I'll mess with it. Something. I'll just keep it for now. I'll keep it for now. And the same guy can hold you back sometimes. Yeah, because how you going to get shit done? How you going to get shit done when a guy just wants to do acid and looking to stare off of the quarter all damn day? Most geniuses are insane. Yeah, right? I don't want to be that smart, man. I just want to make good music. That's it. So I'll be a lot of, I guess that's kind of what I'm gravitating towards synthwave as a genre. Even though there's a lot of creativity that be had, there are like, because it's not 80s music. That's a big misnomer. I mean, you know, you'll see the little neon fake 80s stuff. The actual music of the 80s, though it used synths, synth pop is a little bit different. With synthwave, there are just certain things, like just the bass line style, the 16 note bass line, consistent is a thing of synthwave. The pads, just certain sounds. There's rules to it. And so that kind of, as much as, you know, artists want creative control, want to have space and want to do whatever they want, when you have rules, it makes it a little simpler and a little bit like, not saying this is even simple, I don't know, it's just me making a beat, right? But the reason I'm kind of gravitating towards that, as a starting point, is because there's certain things you are supposed to do to a certain extent with it, and it keeps me from just floating out to nothing. Said OF sobriety. Well, I'm not sober now because I'm messing with weed. Here, I almost cashed out, but I got more. But it's like simplicity. That's actually the word I would use for synthwave stuff. It's offers a simplicity. So we just add a bass line. I guess we didn't have to do the audio thing because let's just record it. I can change it later. That's the joy. Let's record it as far as tracking it. So the audio, because right now we just have the MIDI transmitted. We're gonna have the audio here, and then I'm gonna mute the MIDI, and then we're gonna go from there. Red Hot Chili Pepper. You know, there's a thing. Were you saying? And I'm not sure if I missed the message because I missed it. Let me go to live chat. To make timeless music, I think you got to get pretty fucked up. I knew I missed something, so that's what I missed, bro. I think unfortunately there's something to this. This is why I smoke weed. Not just smoke weed because I like it, but to make timeless music, I think you got to get pretty fucked up. No song in the last test of time was done with someone on a lot of sobriety. Red Hot Chili Peppers. People will talk about Eminem's music. Shit, I was just mentioning Trent Reznor. 9 Inch Nails music was better when he had issues. Unfortunately, I guess I don't know what you feel about Billy Joel. I think he's been pretty sober. If you don't like him, then you're like, oh fuck his music. But I believe he's been a guy who's sober. And even Prince, even though Prince, if we talk about Me Too, if they had Me Too in the 80s. Prince would have been through. There's a lot of artists like that, but I mean, we'd have been through. So I mean, that still is a vice. They were much better. Absolutely, they were much better on heroin than when he said gay and sober. But that is the truth. There's something to. That was an issue that Eric Clapton had because he just felt like you needed some sort of pain, something going on to do the blues. And then, he gets so, I mean, it was the truth, though. He was right. His premise was correct. It just wasn't worth ruining his life. But, part of the reason he had so many drug issues is because he just felt like he wasn't good unless he was fucked up. And honestly, as somebody who smokes a lot less weed from when I used to, because part of it's the tolerance and just, man, I used to just get blasted. And I used to drink more. I kind of feel it, too. Same with the Beatles. Were the Beatles ever sober? Yeah, I think they came in as at least weed heads. Rather than, I mean, I know it wasn't the time, but I think they came in smoking. And then they start hitting that acid later on. Doors were manufactured. Yes, they were. They're fucking, Jim Morrison's dad is a fucking army general or some shit. So yeah, there's some craziness. Tavistock, yeah, Beatles were Tavistock Institute too. Even I think that a couple of them may have known each other as youngsters. But let's record this bass line. We'll keep talking. Let's keep the ball moving, so to speak. Simple enough bass line. I thought at first I was gonna switch to a new song, but I think I got at least one idea for a synth line, and so we'll mess around and get it. And I do also have this issue with Reaper. See how it kind of starts like right off. I don't know why it does this. If all I know it's a setting, but it always does it. To me, it fucks up the rhythm. Oh, but yeah, you're right. The Battle of Tonkin or Gulf of Tonkin incident was done by Jim Morrison's dad. Can you believe some shit like that? talk about all the world's a stage, and he said, I don't know anything about drinking. Come on, Irish Catholic, that Native American people don't know about drinking. For some reason, I don't think that's true. Man, I don't have with me and drinking, like, I'm not somebody who gets sloppy drunk per se, or somebody who just like does crazy shit or angry drunk. I'm a pretty happy drunk, but it just feels like time goes missing. She's an amazingly disgusting person. What made you say that? Ain't she? I think she's from Port Arthur, Texas. So she's from somewhat around here. I think Port Arthur about 2 hours away. But yeah, she was a Texas girl if I remember correctly. What made you say she's disgusting? The rumor is she died because she was gonna snitch on them killing Jimi Hendrix, and they just clapped her just because. This is one of the many rumors you got. That's what I was trying to tell Nas, like, man, I've been on this conspiracy shit, man. I was born in the darkness. What the fuck you mean, man? But yeah, I believe she's from Texas. Pretty sure, unless I'm getting her confused with somebody else, which does happen. You know, I do smoke. But yeah, there is something about sobriety not being conducive to creativity. I'm a social butterfly when I drink, especially when I drink any liquor with cinnamon in it for any reason. Shout out to Fireball. Yeah, there's something to that. I don't know what to say to that, though. You know what I mean? Because sobriety's still an important thing for functioning as an adult. You still need to be sober. Weird sound. She's just a gross, dirty hippie. Ew. Eat her toe jam. That's fucking gross. Every real story I heard about, so she was just one of those type. Yeah, was gross. Bitch would eat her toe. That's fucking gross. There were a lot of those weird ass hippies though, right? Oh god, cause yeah, they didn't want to bathe and shit. Oh fuck. Oh, that's nasty. I didn't know that. I wish I still didn't know that. I asked for it. Get wild on Fireball. I don't know what it is about the stuff. Shout out to Fireball. I remember that shit. I've had some fun nights with some Fireball. Some fun night. But eating it told you. I asked you. I wish I didn't, man. I wish I could have whipped my whole life without knowing there were humans doing that shit. I guess I should expect, but that's just weird. Ass is a hell of a drug, man. I'm not willing to trade my quality of life for quality of music, though. It's the whiskey. I love whiskey. Things get frisky, you get some whiskey, man. Spoiler. But yeah, that was some information. I wish I'd have went my whole life without knowing. That is gross. I see what you mean. Messing with this Proper 12. I never tried Proper 12. That's he says decent for my cheap ass. That's what's his name's whiskey, right? Conor McGregor. I figure I'll just fuck with, if I'm gonna fuck with Irish whiskey, Jameson exists. So I haven't tried it. And then I found Tullamore Dew over the pandemic. So it's like I haven't tried it yet. Drink occasionally. That's the best way. You can't, because man, over this pandemic, I drunk more than I ever drunk ever. Just by myself in the room, not even partying. Just drinking. And like I said, I have hours. This is what is fearful about. I'll be scared the rest of my life. There are hours and hours of me talking on the internet that I don't fucking remember because I was drunk. That is fucking frightening to me. So I'm about to shittily play through this, and then do some editing. So let's just get to it. I may even change the sound. We'll see. Wrong keyboard to play, so none of this MIDI is saving. Fuck me. Okay. I was actually playing off the actual keyboard itself instead of the MIDI keyboard. So let's do this again. So it's Constant Klaus, yeah. But I don't think weed, man. I know this is a controversial subject. I don't think weed's a drug. I mean, I know it technically is. It's a fucking plant. And I know it's a mind-altering substance, but I don't consider it. It's not the same, man. That's already a song. Keep playing it. It might be already a song. It's getting pretty loud in here. I feel you guys. It's not loud enough. That's why I'm playing somebody else's song. Keep playing. I'll get it. Well, shit. There's only 12 notes, and like what, 36 chords, and then you can fuck with the chords. But that's it. 12 minor chords, 12 major, and 12 like augmented or some shit. That's it. And then you can add your little 7s and 13s, all these other fucking numbers. But you don't got much. There's the reason Ed Sheeran does the shit and other artists do the shit where they play like 15 songs and it's the same fucking chord progression. Because it's only like, and that's one of my biggest issues. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just like, you're right. It probably is somebody's song. We were talking about the Beatles. I forgot whose song Paul McCartney was trying to rip off, and somebody said, "Motherfucker, that's what you call it." It's not that. No, not that loud. Actually, let's make sure. Yeah, we turned the audio off. Let's just edit everything so it just fits where it's supposed to. There you go. So I'm sure you're right. I'm sure this is somebody else's song. Well, you know, luckily you can't copyright chord progressions because we wouldn't have any music. But yeah, it's probably is somebody else's song that I don't realize. Loud Smoke. Yeah, that's what V-Dub is, a square. Shit. I am kind of a square. But nah, man. I be smoking these fucking joints like they squares, my guy. I think when I had smoker friends, it was like I just felt like I was in for I was in a 5-year cloud because I was just smoking, and anywhere I went, I would smoke on top of whatever I smoked earlier today, and then come back and smoke. It just was weed, edibles, weed. It was weed. This is back when I was in Michigan. Weed was just flowing. Hey, there he is, Cinch a Dildo. The people were looking for you yesterday on the other channel. People were looking for you. So I don't feel like smoke hasn't hit the same since that era, man. That's the gosh honest truth. Okay, let's fix this part. It doesn't even need to be fixed. Just maybe this. Yeah, we were. The hell? So that's what we got for the synth line. I could end up changing the instrument. And you guys did hear me mess around with that thing. Yeah. Fucking Nas. I said maybe you were with a young lady. Nas said, no, you were gay. So I don't know. That's what he said. You already had a wrench. So you know what? I guess, Zombie, you weren't the first wrench. Somehow Cinch and Dildo stole it from you. Weed smoke was the only thing I was burning. I'll probably drink. I see. Yeah, I'm a fan of the plant. That's my favorite thing. That's what I'm fucking with. I don't know how in sync things sound for you guys. I just realized it may be slightly off. So apologies if that's the case. I don't know if I like that sound. I just kind of did something to lay down. I'm almost tempted to I guess because of the control. I'm almost tempted to just go through a new song, just start a new project altogether. I was rearranging Nas's guts. Yeah, you don't have a wrench. Do you want one? I don't want to get out too many wrenches. Who does number 2 work for? Shout out to Austin Powers. I'll toss a wrench. I'll just toss it to you. If you don't want it, we can remove it. So everyone has a wrench. The squad's all here. So yeah, I don't really like it. I'm messing with this beat talking to you guys, and it's cool. Not my favorite beat. Not my favorite beat. I didn't realize you got a different number. You got nuked again. Has any channel got nuked as much as yours, my man? I didn't realize, because, yeah, you were 70. I don't know what number you are now, man. I didn't realize that, man. So I'm going to have to give you a wrench on the other one. It's on live chat. So yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I don't feel it with this one. But what I'm trying to tell myself is so much about making music is just making music. And so the more music I can make, 99, wow. Have you actually had 99? How many channels have you actually had? Because you were at 70. Was that legit 70 and this is actually 71st, but you just went to 99, or were you at like 10? I remember 69. That was the one I remember the most. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this beat, but a lot of it is just to keep the ball rolling, keep making music. I envy the people, man. If you ever see this guy Ari at home, it seems like he's always able to make something that's at least decent. He's able to live stream and make music. 69. Yeah, I remember 69. But I'm not sure if anyone's ever seen Ari at home. He's a Twitch guy. He makes music, and he'll do stuff like he'll just go, like he has a setup, a mobile setup. He'll go to New York and make beats and stream him walking through New York. And it's like, how the fuck do you do that? I am struggling to make shitty beats and stream. It's a fucking struggle. And you're just making awesome usable, quality music. See, it had a ton of channels since YouTube was new. Dials up to 99. Okay. Innumerable. Innumerable channels. That's cool. So let's start with something brand new. And we'll just do a new tab. Shout out to Reaper. You can just do a new tab. So the project we were working on, if I want to say, you know what, I'll go back to that one. I don't know what to start with a sound. A lot of times I'm starting with drums. Practice makes perfect and shit. Yeah. So if I constantly do music, the music I do will eventually get better. So that beat, even though I don't like it, it's not about that beat. It's about the beat that I make that I do like that's actually good. That's more important. So that's where it's like it's worth it to just do it. Right? So here's what I was talking about a little bit earlier about the new LM1 sounds. And shout out to Satala, which is the little digital drum machine. That's that Prince motherfucker. That motherfucker. And that motherfucker too. And then when you start pitching this bitch, it's the genuine article. It should get better. Here's what fucks me up. Check out Bishu. He makes 5. See, that's what I mean. These motherfuckers can do shit like that. I haven't heard of him. But these young kids who have all this creativity, I'm not young anymore. It is absolutely not for sure. He makes like 5 or 6 different songs per stream that he does. He can make an EP in one stream. It's taking me my whole life. I feel like one of those artists. Yeah, they're fast and they're talented. This isn't the Zombie Man. You're lowering my self-esteem. It's the wrong direction. It's supposed to be gassing me up. Look at these motherfuckers way more talented than me. Yeah, way more talent. Maybe some one-eye motion going here. I don't know. But way more talent. Can make something right quick in the stream. Can produce. Can do all this cool stuff. You know what I mean? All these kids, I've been producing 6 months. I've seen that. I'm not looking at his channel. But I've been producing just for a little bit. When you're young, there's I feel like, you know how we were just talking about how artists, they're not as good as what they once were. We were using sobriety as the test, but a lot of it's time. Not at 10, 15 years, there's nothing 50 Cent can make that's going to sound like Get Rich or Die Trying. There's nothing certain bands can make, certain artists, whatever the fuck is, that's going to sound like that early stuff because you were young and in a space. I feel like I already did that, even though no one heard the music. But my creative space, my creative peak has already been reached a decade ago. And now, as I try to get this music out to more people, I'm trying to do music, but I'm in the old, shitty, no one likes your music phase. And that's why I hate it. That's why I have so many issues mentally with my music. Because I put so much money into this shit. And I feel like everything I make is just mid at best. Different DAW, maybe. I thought about going back to FL Studio, and maybe that I do need to make that change. Because there's a reason, just Reaper, as much as I love Reaper to mix and to compose, and it's simple to get up and get a beat going takes fucking forever. So maybe it is a different DAW. Maybe I should try either going back to FL Studio, which I haven't used in like 15 years. It's changed so much. Going to Bitwig, going to some other creative process. I don't know. That might be it. But I feel like I've missed my creative peak, and it happened for no one, and I can't recreate anything close to it. So that's the thought going on in the back of my head, but I'm trying to work my way out of it. It just, songs don't feel as natural, and it was always a struggle, but there's an unnatural excuse. That's the truth, though. I'm trying to work my way out of it. I'm trying to work my way to something else and to be in a different space as I move away from the mic because I'm getting marijuana. It's the truth. It's the truth. There's this. I mean, it's easy. It's sort of easier to get going, and like I said, that's part of why I'm kind of using 80s and synthwave as just like almost a crutch. So I got some framework. But yeah, this is the truth. That's the reality. But we gonna keep working. We gonna find out. We gonna spend the next few years of my life, and I still love making music. So it's like I have those fun moments making it. So I'm gonna keep making it. So that's my little Prince sounds. I'm probably gonna do some drum and bass line stuff. Aerosmith will never have Toys in the Attic again. Metallica will never sound like Master Puppets or that whole first four. Rob Zombie will never sound like Astro. Yeah, you never get that thing back. And I feel like I made that album. I made that quote unquote first album you spend your whole life, right? And maybe one of these days I need to play parts of that. And it's like, damn, I missed my peak, and that's it. And that's just, there's no way to recreate that. There's something about being young that you can't fake. You can't fake that angst. That angst is so real when you're young, and I don't have it. I mean, I'm still angsty. I still have insecurities. I'm not perfect, but there's that youthful angst. What they got so old, they got dementia. I mean, but how many artists have really had? I guess U2, if you like them. They were around for a long time because they lasted into the 2000s making music that still mattered. Nas did it. How many artists though? It's not a lot. Even Baby Blood can't help him now. It's not a lot of artists that did Lemmy rock till he died. Kind of did shit. Even the fucking wrestling things they were doing with Cole. It's just but some artists are able to crawl into a niche. I was talking about fucking Trent Reznor earlier because I was listening to him and Rick Rubin talk. Even Prince, to a certain extent, after as much as there's a huge fan base for all the stuff he did in the 80s, early 90s, there's a fan base who only listen to the stuff he made after the 2000s. That's much smaller. But they still fuck with that music. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know Lemmy is Motorhead. That's why I was mentioning the rest things. They did some shit for the Triple H. And that shit's still cold. Ozzy made Sabbath Bloody Sabbath 73, No More Tears in 91. U2 blows. U2 was relevant for a long time. And I kind of like, some of their songs. I know, but I have much more of a pop ear than Papa Cotton. I think that's been established. I like a lot more. I like a lot more soft gay music, and pop. I do like a good pop song. But even that shit into the elevation, it wasn't as good as the 80s shit. But it was still cool. They still had something to say. It's like I do have something to say. That's another thing. But it's like I don't know, man. I'm still smoking. We're going to start, I'm smoking and complaining. We're going to get back to the music. I get with you too, yeah. You too. I don't think U2's going to play too well with this crowd. Oh, really? It kind of is NPC music. But I like some of it, man. Just like I like some of the Coldplay stuff. Some of it is, they're an NPC band too. But some of that shit's cold. I didn't like Nickelback. That's another NPC band. Even though some of that stuff's cold too. But yeah, I like some NPC music. I'm human. I did fuck with some Coldplay, especially that I used to rule the world. That album, I love that album, man. I think it's Viva La Vida. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. It isn't that they aren't talented, they just aren't for me. I feel you guys. I know this is a harder edge, bro. That's the same chord. You talk about the chord progression. That chord progression, it was you. They actually, didn't they? Was it Joe Satarini or somebody tried to sue him because it was the same fucking chord progression? That's one of those ones that's just like, yes, that is the same chord progression that Ed Sheeran does the little trick to, and all these artists do the trick. It's the same one. That song for sure. It's Take On Me. It's 1,000 chord. It's 1,000 songs. That is the cheat chord progression. Like, okay, I need to make a hit. Just steal that chord progression, maybe move it to another key, and change the sounds up, and you will have a hit. Maybe we should do that. You know, maybe that's what we should do when we get started again. just prove it. Just prove it. Joe Satarini. Did I pronounce that right? Sorry if I didn't. It said Meshuggah is for lovers. I saw Meshuggah open for Tool. I only fucking hate rhythm. See, I don't know who that is, unfortunately. Hawk. Britney Spears did it. A lot of people did that same chord progression. That's the cheap one. Maybe that is what we do for the rest of the show. Is we just prove it. That maybe I'll spit it up just a little bit. I'm not even gonna look up the chords. I'm just look up the numbers. Cause that's the. Oh yeah, C D G E minor. That is one. So 1, 2, 5, 3. That's the chord progression, as far as numerically. So actually, let's play with a different sound. Yeah, that's we've all heard that in different ways. Yeah, you like the funk and the Memphis stuff. That Memphis shit hits hard, but that Memphis shit is demonic, man. I know we talk about all this metal shit, man, but you gotta watch out. You don't want to open up a fucking portal in your house, man. Don't mix the Memphis with the metal. That's just too much. Or maybe you do it. I don't know. Just pray before you do, my guy. I like that funk too. You know, that's something else we could toss. I could go in a different direction because I could sample the cowbell out of my what you call it? Hold on, let me plug it up so you can hear it. Cowbell. That Memphis shit rules. It does rule. Actually, y'all won't hear it. I just thought about it. Y'all won't hear it. I could take a second. But I can sample the cowbell out of my drum machine and then play it. And then just have that sound. So maybe that's what we do the rest of the show. We're already an hour in. We haven't really made anything. I had something to the song we already started. And most of the time I've been smoking. But this is how I make music. I smoke. I do something else that's distracting me. In this case, talk to you guys. And, you know, what comes up, comes up. So let's do some drums. And let's make a shitty pop song. Fuck it. Seen Slayer enough times. If I pull the demon, actually, I check. For some reason, there's a big heart where you guys said, I'll be running. What the fuck? They'd be running deep by now. I see. If I've seen Slayers enough time, if I pull the demon each time, they'd be running deep by now. I see. And Hawk is the drummer for Miss Sugar. I see. I'm learning more. Needs more cowbell. But that little, that is a terrible representation. But I can add that sample and then use it as a sound. All right, let's use it. Let's show one of Reaper's weaknesses / strength. It's a strength that they even have this fake FL Studio sequencer because it just helps me with drums. But it's a weakness of how shitty it is to set up, and you can't have templates, and it's just stupid. And it's something that doesn't even come with Reaper. It's just one of those things that some developer just did for it. So I'm just gonna add some drums, and then we're gonna program some drums, and then we're gonna try with a shitty chord progression to make some 80s stuff, and then we're gonna try to make some Memphis stuff at the end of shit. So I don't know how long it's gonna take. I appreciate you guys just chilling with me. We may take another smoke break. That's just how it goes. That's how it goes. Maybe it's Synthwave Saturdays. So right now I'm just adding the sounds. You know. So you just do some standard shit like this. Looping up the first part, just something. Something like that. I don't know. Listen to James Blake early stuff before the neo soul stuff. I liked that early stuff. I was there. Oh yeah, some clays. Could toss some of that in the mix. That was when I had first heard of him before he was doing neo soul. Was like the early kind of. I don't know. I wouldn't call. I mean, he was kind of grouped into the bedroom type producers because he was doing it all himself. But he was just kind of like this moody kind of stuff. You know, what do you guys think about? You guys are pretty musically inclined. Obviously, fucking. You know, all you guys keep your ears to the street. Papa Cotton says he's been listening to Lamb of God's new album. So I was kind of talking about this with Dempsey on the other stream, just the distribution of music. How often are you guys putting money towards artists whose music you guys consume on average? Just asking, because you keep wondering, like, how does one even get paid from this? Or how does one distribute music nowadays? Obviously, Spotify is being little bitches, which they always have been. And that are making it harder for guys and gals to get paid. And you're hearing horror stories. I mean, you guys had your stuff with SoundCloud and other little distributors who even just to get your stuff on shitty little Spotify. There's other other people having issues with the distributor. And Lord knows you can't sign a deal with these demons. So where's the high rim shot? His post dubstep's a good word. Post dubstep's a good phrase. Yeah. But it had like a moodiness to it. It was cool. It was cool stuff. Then he switched, and then I hadn't followed him for years, and then like, oh yeah, he's a totally different artist. But like, how often are you guys? Because you guys are music fans. Playlist got nuked with your channel. That sucks. Only invest in time on a shoestring budget. That's simple. I'm a thief. Yeah, everyone's stealing it. Are you at least listening to it on YouTube so they can get some ad dollars? Like, because I'm like, where do you get music? Are you, because that's you can't just see music sucks. Well, no shit, because the only people who can possibly make money is people with like super fans. And you're only going to have super fans if you make the LCD music, not sound system or visual, but lowest common denominator music that appeals to the most amount of people. That's the only way you're going to make it, have a quarter of a chance to make money. Now, obviously, there's tons of exceptions. But, a lot of that, you need money. It takes money to make money. You listen on YouTube. Okay, so somebody's giving, at least those pennies. Because honestly, I think YouTube is one of the best paying platforms. All things said, even when you can count for Spotify, and YouTube ain't paying what it used to be. It's just I'm just gonna use something standard, but I may switch it up as we go. And unfortunately, you hear the little drum sound twice. Some intro shit. Doing my little Prince intro shit. But I ain't got Wendy and Lisa in the band to each other out. And then when it drop, you add all the stairs. Yeah. See what you guys are saying. I'm really, really dumb. I'm only listening to stuff I'm writing. I feel you because sometimes you get through that. I'm gonna try to listen to a lot more music to get out of my stagnation creatively. But I do get that sometimes we only listen to the stuff you're making. Last CD player died. I haven't bought anything since. Just look it up on YouTube. I listen to most of my music on YouTube myself. I don't really use Spotify. Spotify won't pay you anymore. You have low numbers. Dempsey said, yeah, they just decided that soon. You said you have low numbers and they pay you. It isn't much, a few pennies, but it hits your account. So yeah, they're planning on not doing that. And it's just like, well, what's the fucking point? Forgot what the threshold is, yeah. And ironically, YouTube lowered their threshold recently because they're not paying themselves when they're not paying you. Yeah, something like this. And I can, re-edit this. So you say you get paid because Repost is considered a preferred distributor, and they pay them on your behalf. But I mean, the distribution game is getting janked too. Because you said you had issues, and I know people I've heard, not just TuneCore and both of them, TuneCore and DistroKid, people have issues with now. I'm messing with this little shitty drum beat. It's all good. I'm not concerned with the money. I'm sure there's different people like Metallica that make money out of this stuff. Bandcamp is getting hit. No, that was my hope. That was my only hope. What's going on with Bandcamp? Hold on. But yeah, I didn't know something was going on with Bandcamp. God damn it. That was the hope. Just leave it there. Fire half of the staff. Oh, that's not a good start. Golly, the corpos are just going to destroy art. So, my concerns are twofold. One, selfishly, yeah, I do want to get a little money. I mean, shit, I ain't expected to live off of this. It'd be cool, but I would want to. Yeah, I want to be a biggest. But I don't want to be the biggest star in the world. I don't want to be devil worship buttfuck star. I don't want to be that popular. But shit, if I could be underground and make a few pennies, I would love to. But independent of even that, even if you say, well, you suck, all your music is trash, I don't want you to be that popular. Fair enough. There are people who don't suck. And for them not to have the ability to get paid off the biggest platform, which already is shitty at paying people, fucking sucks. And so it's just not a good look. And I much rather motherfuckers pay the artists. Pay the artists. We went through all this bullshit for people not being paid because of how the distribution was back in the day with physical media. And now artists, I mean, Spotify is the best way to be found in these playlists, and the internet allows a lot of people to make music. This era, you know, I'm sitting there making music on a live stream with you guys, using just, you know, drum samples I got off the internet. The original drum machine's 5 racks. You know what I'm saying? In the 80s that I'm using these samples for. So it's like, it's just, the barrier to entry is so much easier for an artist to make music and get their music out there. But then all the fucking avenues, there's a scam. There's somebody to put their dick in it, to quote Dave Chappelle. It's like, man, this fucking sucks. And so even if not me, okay, I'm shitty, whatever. But the artist that is good, that, you know, how is that music going to find the world? Or is the only way, you know, but fuck devil worship? You know what I'm saying? That's just it. And there's no other alternative, and there will never be an alternative, and that's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. And that's just how it is, and we just got to deal with it. Corpos are going to corpo, yeah. It's like, goddamn, just when you think they had the answer to change the fucking questions. I may just start making music for people to use on their channels. F them labels, I make intros and outros. That's cool. Well, eventually people will start paying you for your work. That's nothing. I would love to get into scoring stuff and make, you know, I'm just not as prolific. I would love to make intros. I was supposed to make intro for Fireball, a synth pop intro. That's why for the longest, and it took, you know, never ended up doing it. I did send him something else. I'm not sure if he's ever going to use it. He's giving me no feedback whatsoever. I don't even know if he knows he has it. Maybe he doesn't. I should probably check on that. But he's giving me no feedback, no response, nothing at all. And this won't work. Actually, let's see something. The base station, yes, I do. That's not what I want. Give me what I want. Okay. Oops, sorry. Major labels lost control for a minute, and then it happened. Now they're taking back the control, unfortunately. Yeah. But like they've also lost they didn't just lose control. They also lost what they did. Like, labels, as much as shitty as they were, they actually did help a lot of artists, right? You know, certain artists that we know and love didn't get popular to their third, fourth, fifth album. You know what I mean? They took a lot more chances. They actually had a group of people like artists in development who were actually, okay, this is how you do this. May you know, have you do some speaking classes, may have you do some training of shit that you wouldn't think of, maybe do some media training. They don't do any of that anymore. You know what I'm saying? So they don't do anything. As shitty as they were, you used to go through a process of trying to become more media savvy of an artist and trying to be just or better of an artist. You know, they put you with a producer, maybe with a songwriter, even if you wrote your own songs to help you along the process. They're not doing any of those things that help with the marketing. They don't do anything. All they do is gatekeep and allow just the few artists they want to allow to thrive, but they're not even doing the heavy lifting on that front. So it's really shitty because you're not getting. You know, you could make the argument, well, they do deserve at least a piece of the album. Look how much work they contributed to it. But you can't really make that argument anymore. So real quick, let me make sure this master. You might not hear anything, but I'm about to test something to get one of these keyboards working so we can work on the bass line. Okay. I like this one. I like that sound. All right, I was messing around with sound. Oh shit! I fucked something else up. Alrighty. Sorry, I know you didn't hear that, but I did, so I was able to hear which channel that was, and I'm actually making a preset so I can load these tracks easier for next time. So input 3. So I'm gonna do this. Nothing happens because I'm a dumbass. What did I fuck up? Must not be going on channel 1. Let's mess around with channels. It's channel 2. There you go. I probably did that for some reason that doesn't make sense now, but it's on channel 2. All right, so let's save these tracks as templates off screen. Actually, I don't know if it's going to pull up everything. Let's bring the old logo up just in case. Save track as template. Yeah, it does pull it. Well, it's not something that would have triggered anything. So let's save the MIDI track, and then we'll save the audio track just as templates for this keyboard. I have the Bass Station 2, really. Which is, shout out to this keyboard. It's a keyboard they still will release patch updates and firmware updates to this day. But I haven't actually been using it. I use it more as a MIDI controller than the keyboard, but it has some cool bassline sounds and some mono synth. So I'm going to mess around with a bassline to that drum track I made just a second ago. So real quick. Maybe if this show ever, if more people watch it, I'll see if I can put like multiple cameras so you can see me actually moving around and seeing what I'm doing. So everything is not so boring. Way to go, keyboard. Yeah, way to go. Shout out to the companies because, we just talked about the music industry. The music production space is just as smarmy, where you have shit that doesn't get supported. Or what's more common is the whole let's charge you every year. Like, as much as people will say, well, software is better, now with them trying to do the Adobe thing with the licenses, where they try to like okay, pay yearly for the license. Even Auto-Tune does that, even though I have like a year free. So now everything's trying to. So now you got to pay either month by month or year by year for your license to use the software. So you just run into just everything's a scam. So whenever you can get a company who just releases free updates for something you bought like 10 years ago, that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. So shout out to Novation and Base Station for actually doing that, because that's pretty cool. All that said, let's actually get the Base Station going. Let me make sure you guys can hear. You can't. Why is that? That's not moving. Oh, because I have the wrong input. It's not input 3. It's ADAT input 3. There we go. There we go. So even though this is for Dempsey, what is? Oh, James Blake. I'm gonna check this out. Novation makes good stuff. Yeah, they do make good stuff, and that's the idea. If they keep supporting everything, if they support this 10-year-old keyboard when I'm in the market for something else, I'm more likely to use them. That's the idea. But Behringer makes cheaper stuff, unfortunately. So where were we at? Let's get back to the music stuff. We are here. And we were talking about using one of the cheap chord progressions, which in this case for Viva La Vida, which was the song mentioned, is 1, 2, 5, 3 is the chord progression, meaning the first, the tonic, and all that shit. If you know your little music theory, and the 3 is the minor chord. So the first 3 are major, and then the 3 chord, which is the 4th chord in the progression, is a minor chord. So that's the idea. But we're working on the bass line, so it would be in that order. So I don't want to start from the same key because, that's being a bitch. So let's see what we can get. Let's mix it up. Okay. I like mixing it up. You see how it still is that same chord progression? You just use those chords. I'm in a different key. I'm just playing the root note, and you still get that like, damn, it's just I'm making it up. But I heard this shit before. I don't know where from, but I know I heard this shit before. And that's just based off of using the cheat code. You know what? It sounds more listenable when I was cheating. Blend the clap with that snare. Yeah, I probably will. Especially if I'm doing Prince style. We're going to keep you could do one or two things. I could, what the hell happened here? Oh, there we go. And actually, I'm going to probably pitch it down. But let's just come up with a bass line. And then I'll work a little bit more with the drums. Adding the claps. Since you guys are giving ideas, I will use them. I will use them and pay you no publishing because we won't make publishing. There will be no publishing to be paid anyway. And how the fuck do I put an executive producer, Sentient Dildo? Additional production by Sentient Dildo. Because he said add a clap. Real quick. Let's just, And we can always just update one and all. Do. He's very, very influential. A lot of people been taking from James Blake. And see, I always wanted to be one of those artists. Like, how do you make something that so many people just get influenced by? I don't know. Don't know. That's the vanilla version. Came with something that was a little bit better. Let's just record what we have. And just live with it. Oh, I got less time to record now. They use hypnosis. That's how. That's all we need. Alrighty. We're just keeping things super vanilla. Just clean up whatever mistakes I made. Interesting take that. I mean, hypnosis is definitely, you want to talk about the actual, the demonized music industry. I mean, there's supposedly a lot of MK Ultra. That's how a lot of times but that's not it, because there's people on Twitch that are super talented too, right? But yeah, that's how, not just music, a lot of these athletes. You talk about Michael Jordan, he was supposedly an MK Ultra guy. Where they take you in the lab, they use whatever genetic enhancements they can to make you even more of whatever you are. In that case, physical, it could be creative, could be mind control stuff as well. And then they make sure you refine your talent to such an incredible extent. I mean, people still talk about how Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant trained, right? And so they get you to, they literally do hypnotize you to put in that type of work, to where it looks like, oh man, he's I could never be that good. And you kind of can't, because they do cheat. They do use hypnosis to make, and that's same for music, same for some of these writers and directors of the great film. Oh man, how the fuck do you make The Godfather, right? And it's like, well, yeah, who knows what the fuck they did to him. They were doing shit even back in the 70s. So even a guy like Francis Ford Coppola, you never know. Lord knows Kubrick was caught up in it. He was so caught up in it, he fucking made a movie about it and got clapped. So it's hypnosis, ironically enough, is a real thing. What the fuck is it with this goddamn program? You guys probably don't see it, but Reaper's being a bitch. Let's just do one by one. Alrighty. Style, so we're not going to put a clap under all of them. We could, right? We could just easily let's just put a clap on everything, and it'll sound like this. And we could change the volume so it's less, you know what I mean? Turn the clap down a little bit. What we're going to do instead, we're going to move to the different clap, which I forgot I already had the lower pitch clap as part of the drum kit. So we're going to undo that. Oops. Okay, it's being a bitch, so it's not gonna let me undo. Which, just one of those Reaper glitches. It slows down fucking composing, but I just deal with. Cause I already paid the $60. So we're gonna find a lower pitch clap and layer one of the snares, just one of them. And I might change the pitch of it. Right, that one. And then add some effects. Not that heavy, just sounds that are pervasive is all I see. Oh, so you weren't even going that hard. You just talking about the sound. I see. Well, that is a thing. That is a thing. Tesla said the key to the universe is resonance and frequency. This includes music. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's another thing. I can tune these sounds to be towards the, which I remember hearing about that shit back in the day. I'm sure you guys know about 432 hertz. Now that's a lot more of a mainstream concept. The idea that music was at a different, the A in music was tuned to 400, and see, that's what was fucked up. At least something was fucked up. The A is tuned to 440 hertz, which is supposed to be dissonant. Why is this goddamned? Oh my God, Reaper has some issues with just copying and pasting. It's bad enough I gotta do all this bullshit with these keys just to copy and paste it. So if I change it. Yeah, the Walls of Jericho. I'm not gonna go as Kanye and Central Dildo did. Walls of Jericho brought down with trumpets. A lot of people think that's how the pyramids were built with sound. And like I was saying with the music thing, apparently everything is tuned a little bit. I guess it would be sharp, and it's supposed to be slightly dissonant. All the music we've heard, but you can tune everything down to 432 hertz. It does kind of make a difference. I don't know. And that fucking what's that song? Which I don't really like the song, but you've heard it on TikTok. I think it's called Golden Hour. That song is tuned to 432 hertz, and it's very popular. So it's definitely something to the frequencies and shit. Just got the one clap. Okay, let's see if I can add another bass line just to have like a hook part, and then we're gonna mess with chords and stuff on top of it. I don't know. I'm just messing around. And obviously, the plan is to put like chords and different sounds on top of this basic ass bass line. I don't even know if that sounds good. See, this is what I mean. I'm like, is this even? A lot of beats die here. I did listen to some of that Boy Harsher. I don't know if I listened to all of it. That's pretty cold. And actually, it's the shit on this channel that shows up on my home screen. This boy Harsher. But this is where most of my beats die. Is I get to this step, and I'm like, is this even worth finishing? Because I mean, I guess for the sake of continuing to finish, let me at least, before I mess around with the bass line, let me at least add a little, my little echo or whatever to the clap, and just mess around with some sounds, or mess around with some keyboard, putting some keyboard sounds on top of it, whether it's just the chords or whatever. And then I maybe try a Memphis. Well, it'll be a shitty Memphis style beat, but we'll try it. Because it's just, this is where I just like, man, what am I even? I mean, I can finish it, and I feel like I can make a mid thing. And maybe this is where I do need to finish stuff. Because sometimes, Dempsey was just talking about scoring stuff, right? And I'll listen to like commercials and realize how simple and cheesy a lot of music and commercials are. And that's because those composers don't throw out, when they got something mid, they don't throw it out. They say, I don't care that it's mid. I'm going to fucking keep it. And that's my little reverb. Don't be a quitter, finish it. Yeah, I'm going to finish it. I'm going to finish this idea. I'm going to go till this idea is gone. And we'll see how long we're going and where our stamina is. Get some water, because hydrated die. And if you guys are still riding with me, I mean, fuck it. We'll try to make some shitty Memphis music. Or funk. But let's finish this. Let's finish this idea. See what I come up from a chord standpoint, and then do it, because that's why they can license music forever. They don't throw out. You said AI makes that corpo shit. That could be. I think at this point probably, but a lot of it is like I listen to I'm a fat fuck who eats a lot of Chick-fil-A, so I see a lot of Chick-fil-A commercials, and they just have this little gay do 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 do, and that's it. And I'm like, somebody got to check for that. But you're right. AI is probably doing a lot of that heavy lifting now. AI is really going to affect the independent artists, because that's what independent artists are going to use for the thing they can't do. So I'm a musician. So what am I going to do for visuals? I'm going to use AI. If you're making a movie, what are you going to do for music? You're going to use AI, right? So let's not use this keyboard. I'm not using that one. Let's use this one right in front of me. I don't know what sounds we're on. But let's get some tracks up. So yeah, and independent artists are going to be the ones ripping off other independent artists. Not ripping them off, but just not using them. Where maybe you would pay somebody to score something. Instead, you're just going to, I'll just go to AI and do it my fucking self. Maybe you would pay somebody to shoot a video. You're like, I'll just do an AI video. You know what I mean? Because I ain't got no fucking money. Shit, I plan on doing an AI video. But I have a whole song thing. That's something I need to explore. Okay. There's a weird sound. That's a good question too. If AI makes the skeleton and you make the rest, is it still AI music? What point does it turn? Because now, I mean, think about this. How old is sampling, right? And so what if I'm sampling from an AI song? Turn down. Louder than this weed. I wonder if that bass station is even in tune. follow along. I think I'm writing the hook part, and the part I'm playing next is the verse. Yeah, we're just gonna finish. Then we're gonna, here's what we're gonna do. We'll take a smoke break, short smoke break. Talk to you guys, and then we're gonna finish. Since this is pretty straightforward, what I'm gonna be doing with both the bass line and the chord, we're just gonna keep it simple, so we can say we did something, we completed an idea, and then we're gonna move on, and we're gonna keep going. We're going to rock and roll all night and party every day. I don't know about rock and roll all night. So let me finish the ideas as far as the chord progressions and bass lines, keeping it stupid simple. Keep it simple, stupid. And then, because here's another question to ask. And this is something, after these messages, we'll be right back. The one where he's spitting, I have heard. If it's one of the ones that you play, I feel like I have heard it. But here's something because I always resented the sampling, the people who criticize sampling for the reason, because this whole conversation started because I mentioned Viva La Vida, and even though I'm not using that same chord progression, I am using the spirit of it. I'm using those same chord in a different key. And in a slightly different order, right? And we were just talking about how most songs use the same few chords or same chord progression or same couple chord progressions. So my criticism has been this: you're basically now I'm using this modern term of AI, but you're basically an AI yourself. You're not doing anything if you're following these strict fucking rules to make a pop song. How is it easier? How are you going to say with a straight face that somebody who, like Jay Dilla, back when he was JD, if you remember, the old heads remember, he was actually JD more than when he was alive than Dilla, because he was only Dilla like the last few years, but who can chop up samples and come up with something totally new. But you use the same basic bitch chord progression on a fucking acoustic guitar, sing at drums exactly where they're supposed to be, and somehow you're more creative than the guy who sampled. Suck my dick, you're not more creative. Yo, I like Alchemist's style because it reminds me so much of Prodigy. I just love the fact that he's like, his style, the bass is Prodigy. Like, you can just tell. And I'm like, that's just, and he can spit. He can spit, bro. So I haven't heard the new one. And the beats he's making. That's a whole nother can of worms. I have not been messing with samples. I've been strictly the past few months synth, 80s drum, synth pop. And with varying degrees of success. I haven't been experimenting as much as I really want to, because I'm not a natural synth pop artist, right? I was natural hip hop, so I'm trying to relearn it. All right, I'm definitely checking this out after the stream. If I wasn't live, I was called Gangrene. That's just a cool name anyway. Featuring Raw Hand. If we weren't live, I'd probably be smoking, playing the song, and then get back to it. Because I already know what I'm going to do with this idea, and then I'm going to stop it. Hey, it may not become a hit, but if somebody says, hey, I need a shitty synthwave section for a video, here you go. You know what I mean? So that's the value in finishing something like this. Chord bit. Yeah, a little bit of rock in his style too. And that's just cool because those are artists he obviously worked with. But I would feel like that bass would be Prodigy. Like when I started rapping, my bass was Lloyd Banks. Shout out to Lloyd Banks. Then I added Jadakiss in there. Those were kind of the stylistic theft that I did, which hopefully I could put out this fucking video to Dewey, which I'll probably play at the end. Just now that I mentioned it, I can spit too. I used to be able to spit. I feel like I could, if I turned it on, I would probably be a little bit better at trying to write bars. because I can always come up with some clever, funny shit. But I'm trying to produce because that's where my love really is. So that's why we're messing with this. But I'm gonna check that out. Al's definitely a talented dude. But you know one thing, man, we talked about these labels. He's on Empire, and I know Empire is independent. They're the new, I guess they're the new Koch, you would call them. And I mean, I just worry because Empire has a track record of murking their artists. That's my big worry. But there's a lot of artists I like on Empire. Shit, a lot of my Detroit guys, or the two main Detroit guys I fuck with, Babyface Ray and I swear V's on their Empire guys too. It's just like, oh man.
When the king died, I used to take his own life, and then he laid to rest with his soul. You know that.
You know that.
Thy soul shall enter into the mortal body and possess its spirit to do thy bidding.
You know that.
He shall still the fire.
You know that.
We didn't settle it. We're gonna get claimed anyway, so fuck it.
Till the last
You know that. Throwing a wrench, put you on a reserve. I sit you back down on a bench. See the do not disturb sign when I'm cashing out the rent. Seal double, I get it wrapped without the scent. Bubble I bends, I'm blacking out the tent. Throw me the pinch, I smack it out the fence. Then I hang my jacket out to rinse. I'm dripping, I'm swimming in a sauce container. Electric current flowing through me, I'm an oscillator. Partially disabled, rusty razor to split the Garcia Vega and spill the guts on the marble table. So many trinkets encrusted, I need a larger cable. So many papers in my rap sheet, it's hard to staple. Word for word, you're not on my Lavelle. I clean up nice, there's not a spot on my lapel. Still labeling price tags for product on the shelf. Don't walk around with a toolbox, I got it on the belt. Slide in any pocket provided, I'ma melt. After the cards were shuffled and divided, I was dealt a royal hand. Boil the foil, wrapper than foil and saran. You a boy band, I sip petroleum straight from an oil can. You know that.
You asked me to believe that
You know that.
a man who's been dead 3,000 years
know
has
that.
the power to transfer his soul into the body of
know
another
that.
human being.
You know that.
I'm not asking you to believe anything, Captain.
This shit is flame. This shit is flame.
You know that.
Throw him over the cliffs, push him over the edge, shove him into the pits, pull him into the fire, drown him down in the water, choke him into they bubble. This cut is more than a slaughter. We crossing over the borders. The weight is a disorder. Disorder had me out touring to California, foreigner, riding foreigns in Florida, flying past the corner at 4 in the morning. One for the books, call the historian, living life in euphoria. We get you niggas caught in the waves, heavy flooding like back in the days. Have that haze, send you back in the phase, active with strays and brave. Or grace your grace till your back's in the grave. That's some recipes from earth. Either barbecue flames or make peace with dirt and rest in the soil. The fresh always spoil. Y'all not shocking me like I'm next to a Tesla coil. And when I'm cooking, I bring the best to a boil. Dirty grease drip, this ain't the freshest oil. No retreat for when they spectrums unloyal. I'm cut from a cloth, the king's extra royal.
Something over which we had no control did happen. The instant that Faraday's scalpel cut into the fabric.
Dear Doctor, you can fight known things. I don't know how to fight the unknown.
I say we find the royal tomb and we find the answer.
I'm going to surprise you, Quentin. I say we do too.
That shit was fire, man. That was fire. Let's see what you guys say. Yeah, it's dirty. It's a banger. Yeah. Al holds the card. Yeah, he's not just new. No, he's not. He's been rapping longer than I've based longer than I've been alive or around my entire lifetime because he started in the 90s as a rapper first. Went on tour with Cypress Hill and just was working under mugs and learned how to make beats and linked up with Mobb Deep. The rest is sort of history. Second verse. Yeah, the guy in the second verse, I never heard of him. Royal Hand, that was his name. I never heard of him. But he was spitting. Good stuff, yeah. That beat was cold. This beat is lukewarm. We're gonna make it just in case somebody doesn't want an AI, but they still want generic sounding music. We're gonna rock with it. So if I remember the chord, we're just gonna fucking play along with the chords. Gangrene. Oh, his name is Gangrene. The song is called Royal Hand. I gotcha. His name's Okay, I fucked up. All right. Well, let's play along with these chords. Go from hard ass hip hop to cheesy synth pop. Let's go. Sorry, I'm stopping that because I don't know I don't know which octave to put this fucking chord progression. I'm gonna go back to the lower octave. Well, I fucked that right up, but because we live in a MIDI world, we're just gonna organize it so I didn't fuck it up. Because we're doing it fucking live, so that's how it goes in these streets. But yeah, that was fucked right up. So let's just edit the length. But I did play the right chord, so that's all that matters. That's all that fucking matters. Yeah. That's all that fucking matters. Yeah, y'all realize how hard this shit was 30 years ago, what I just did? Like, even using they had some shitty little bitty sequencers that still was like tapping on the screen. If you had an MPC, it wasn't the end of the world. But like, and I guess it wasn't the end of the world. Maybe if I go 35 years, like early mid 80s, but 30 years ago puts us in the 90s, so you would have had some decent sequencers, so this wasn't the end of the earth, but it still would have sucked. This is what we got. Oops, actually I fucked up because we gotta go back to the other chord partway through. Is it? I think it's this one. They were making music on Ataris and what's that other shit? Not the Commodore 64. It's Amiga, or some shit. Y'all would know better than me. I think it's an Amiga, which actually has some kind of cool. Oops, it sucks. Actually, kind of has some cool sounds. Oh jeez. So I mean, but that's, you know, Amiga. It is Amiga. Okay. Oh, Jesus, fucking MIDI editing. Am I right? Nice and generic. Nice and generic. Uncle had one of those you growing up? That was the first mouse-based computer GUI you used, actually, I see. I remember back when I was in elementary school, we had one of the Apples. I don't know if it was the Apple II. To the generation that remembers Number Muncher. I think Oregon Trail, even though I never played Oregon Trail until like being an adult, but I think that might have had that on there as well. I feel like I just didn't like it. Well, maybe I did play it and just didn't like it. I don't know. But just, yeah, it was Number Muncher, I think Word Muncher, and a few other games they let us play when we were in school. Educational games. I want to more reverb on this and shit like that. So that's our simple ass fucking things. You have died on the century. Was that something from I think Oregon Trail? You have died of the century. I think that's from Oregon Trail. I'm trying. Hopefully, I get the reference. And so let's move over our drums and hope that Reaper doesn't do the bullshit thing where they fuck them up. And because we are fucking lazy dorks and the fucking chord progression uses the same chords we want, what we're going to do, we first change the color just to make sure I know it's a different color. And how I think. You got the reference. Alrighty. Look at me. What was it? Okay, I think I got it. I think we can just leave shit basically hit. So this is all we're doing for the verse, and we've produced a generic framework, you know, with embellishments to be had of a generic pop song. There we go. Doing a little gay thing. It's a little gay. I gotta figure out why it does that. Well, just I'll copy it, and sometimes it's just offbeat for some godforsaken reason. And then we're gonna do the same thing with the bass line. Keep it nice and lazy. So we can just get rid of this. Get rid of this. Cut this. Oops, that's not what you want. Oh, so now we're being dumb bitches. That's great. Isn't that great? I love this fucking app. I love this program. I love how fucking consistent it works. Maybe somebody mentioned the damn DAW. Maybe you were onto something, man. Because this DAW gives me such trouble. As much as I want to be an evangelist for this DAW, and it's so great because it's cheap and it has so much function. There's a lot of basic bitch shit, and maybe it's because I'm doing this live, I notice it more. But it's like, goodness, this shit adds up. The ease of life with this damn thing, and see now everything's slightly offbeat. It's like, why? I don't know. Just because, because, and I gotta check the other instances to make sure they're not fucking offbeat for no reason. And actually, did I just fuck up the whole bass line? Yep. So I gotta undo all this shit to get the original bass line back and then redo what I just did. First off, quantize this. But there's a lot of ease of life issues with this fucking DAW. And a lot of just simple idea generation issues. So let me copy it in a way that it won't do that. Change the color again. I just wish it was better. Reaper is, it is. It is. You just got to live with it. I don't want to just bash Reaper. It's a good program. I haven't used Audio Tool yet. Maybe one of these days we can do a stream together and we can collab. And you can maybe show me. And maybe, I don't want to be a drag. Why is copying and fucking pasting a goddamn nightmare? I am trying to copy, hit Control X, and then hit Control V, and have it appear where it's supposed to appear. Where did it go? I see something's here because something's not indicated. It's just unreal. Why is that hard? Why can't this DAW do that? Oh, well, there's some setting you have to change in this thing. Well, that's stupid. Why? Why? I'm asking for basic bitch Microsoft Word functionality, man. And it's just, oh, well, and then it's just, well, because of bullshit. Because in Reaper world, and so one thing I will say in Reaper's defense, even though it's ugly, it does work, because there's a whole nother project open. Right, this bitch. That's open, and I could just go to it and play it, and no issue. So it is a light, oh, here we go again, and luckily I noticed it. What I'm saying, here we go again. You guys see how this has this little weird thing? For some reason, first off, there's two ways to copy and paste a pattern. And I am trying to copy and paste this pattern in a way so if I make a change, it persists. That's how I've been doing it. And leave it off grid swing. With certain beats I could. And maybe we'll do some off grid stuff. We'll experiment once we kind of get the framework going. But what I'm trying to say is, as far as the copy and paste, and you're right about leaving it sort of thing, but see, it's not hidden. With the 80s shit, I guess in my head, that shit's supposed to persist and be like hit right at the right time. Now I could leave it off, and maybe, like I said, I don't really. To me, the offbeat doesn't fit here. I would do it quicker with a trap beat or with a whatever normal quote unquote hip hop beat. But see, the reason it's doing that is it's somehow moved off the center of the bar, so everything is just slightly off. There's no reasoning. I don't understand it, and it just sometimes it will do it, and sometimes it will not. I don't know what determines it. I'm not sure if there's something I'm doing wrong. I'm sure if I look online, I can figure a reason that it happens, but it's obnoxious as shit. And see, I don't mind that the velocity down here is a little bit different, and that the lengths are a little bit different to add some character, even if it's not audible. But I do want everything, especially for the bass line and the quote unquote rhythm section, for it to be a quote unquote 80s inspired song, to hit when it's supposed to hit, and to be much more on time than off grid. Plus, Reaper has this weird swing thing. I know I'm bashing it, even though I'm using it, and I do like the damn program. And after all this editing, we're actually gonna just play through to see what we have. This basic bitch composition that we have. Never saw. I know you said you used, yeah. So I don't know. It just, I don't know. I love this because why I love Reaper, because it's so easy to integrate hardware stuff for it. Why I hate Reaper is because there's so many simple things that either just don't work consistently or are just stupid. And actually, I just realized this bass line is not active, so you guys wouldn't hear it. Okay, so this is what we have so far as a song. One of those straws that may end up breaking the camel's back. We'll see. So here's what we have as far as our basic bitch composition, using the 1, 2, 3, and 5 chord, inspired slightly by Viva La Vida, but we switched up the order, and this is a song we made. Somehow something still got fucked up because the first note of the bass line is not playing. It doesn't exist anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't even know. Because Reaper's is proving itself. Maybe the DAW is having an issue. Maybe the DAW is part of the problem. First I was like, don't blame the DAW. As doing this live. Maybe I should blame the dog. I may change up this last bar of the hook. It's the final countdown. Yeah, it's every song you ever heard. It's every song you ever heard. And I mean, I can add more embellishments and stuff to it. Maybe we will. I don't know. What do you guys think of this shit? It started from trying to be a generic pop song. I'm kind of, you know what? It's grown on me. It's grown on me. I know I'm a harsh critic, and it's not great. And like you said, it's the final countdown. It's every fucking song we ever heard. It's everything. It's all of music all at once. It's every pop song ever. But this is why I don't want to hear shit about anybody sampling. I literally looked up the chord progression for Viva La Vida, put it in a different key, and put it in a different order, and came up with something without trying, right? Don't tell me that sampling is easier than that. It's not. It isn't. I'm sick of the motherfuckers. Oh, sampling is stuff. Fuck you. Anybody could do this. Anyone on earth. Because you know why anyone could do this? I played the chords. Here's a chord Bible that you can insert chords. So all you would have to do is you could literally insert the same chords, switch them order, and then switch the MIDI so you move it up a key. It would take no time. I could have done that quicker. Because and most programs have some version of this where you can just add chords indirectly. So if I didn't want to go through that process, what I just did, because I just like playing shit, using the keyboards, even if I play it off, it's just what I'm used to, I could have did that shit faster. So I don't want to hear, and I could do that in any different instruments and different sounds that I could possibly have, because I got a shit ton of keyboards, I got a shit ton of software synths that I'm not really using, because some of them be trying to dox a brother, registered to. Don't say my fucking name. I paid for you, and now you're sitting there trying to dox me on the internet. What an asshole. You could choose, and that's nothing. I could choose a different synth sound. I'm just going generic just to do it. But let's say, let's mess around with this keyboard first. Oops, nope, keep this going so you guys can hear it. And, you know, with these ideas, because of the MIDI world, you know, granted it's the past 50 years, you can just change the sound. So I could use a different keyboard. So, oh no. of this I could probably put in a higher key. We'll never get our ears back from that. Sorry for some of these sounds. I can change this. I can spend all day. I'm gonna track it like this, but I can always change the composition. You had it, that one? Which one? This one? Is it this one, or was there another one you like more? Executive producer, sent your dildo. Because maybe wasn't that. Maybe this one? Well, oh, maybe that is it. We'll count this sound B, because the other one I start. So it says this is sound B. Is it this one? Has a little more epicness, or we'll call this sound A. Yeah, oh, so it must be sound B, I'm assuming. So I'm gonna play this for a while, and you tell me if this is it. Yeah, okay. I feel you. My lower end. I can EQ this shit. Too. Hey, Low Spec, appreciate you being here. We're actually making Synthwave. We haven't been doing that the whole fucking time. We're talking shit. I can layer both. Now, this keyboard is, if there's a multi-timbral option, I don't know. So what I'll have to do is track it under once and then play the other one and track that. So let's do it. So let's duplicate the track and take some time. Take a little smoke break as I do it. Let's unrecord this one. And for the shits and giggles, we haven't tracked the bass line, so we're just going to track the bass line as well on this pass. And we'll just track it. Let's do this so it doesn't do the take thing. And I'm going to take a quick smoke break. Let me turn off the mic real quick, and we will try to layer the sounds. If I was using two different keyboards, it would be easier, but it is what it is. Okay, that was a mistake because I accidentally had the MIDI recording. I don't want to record the MIDI, just the audio. So let's do this again. Oh shit, the mic was on this whole time. Oh well, I wasn't doing nothing crazy. Just smoking. So for giggles and spits, let's cut this. Oops. Cut this in 2 pieces. Do some of the housekeeping stuff. C32, which I think this might be sounds that I bought for this. Cause the other one is C36. Dun dun dun. Let's actually change the color of the track for giggles and kicks. So it's a little different. Okay, and then undo the bass station and similarly split this and probably change the color of the sound. So I know for editing, hey, this is the hook. And I can add there's a lot of cool stuff. As much shit as I talked about Reaper, I can add a label to like this is the hook, this is the verse or whatever, but I'm still in the process of, arrangement, so I just feel like it's not necessary yet. So let me change this color, get the housekeeping done, and then we'll this one change this, and then we'll go ahead and layer the sound. Okay, and that needs to keep going. So let's switch to this sound, turn this MIDI off. The only thing that should be recording is this. And we'll do another pass. And then we'll see how it sounds. Okay. Again, well, maybe I just took it off of mute. Oh, I did just take it off of mute because it didn't stop this. Listening for both of the, it's not actually the fourth bar, but the fourth pass, I want to change something about the arrangement. I just don't know what yet. And for shits and giggles, I'm not gonna keep messing around. That's where we get into tedium. But that is what the process is. And I actually do like the layered sound. So we have something. We got something. And I feel like I'm gonna mess. Oops. No, don't want to do that. I'm gonna mess around and try to come up with some melody synth parts. But I feel like there's something here. I feel like, and like I said, the last section, so I get out of how many bars. So this is this section. I feel like I want to change something with the arrangement, but I don't know what. So what do I have? Well, both sections, with both the quote unquote chorus section and the quote unquote verse section. So actually, I just muted this. Let me unmute it. Is it? No. Adding depth is always nice. Yeah. So actually, let me just add another track just so it's not this. Going back to it, let me see if I can do it now. Said I wouldn't. Track template. Pro 800. Okay. So going back, what is it? And this is kind of why I like playing it, because it's a lot easier to actually make decisions about arrangement. So it was. Oh, is it? That's the basic one for the chorus, and then the verse goes. Maybe start off the. I don't know. Messing around. You should definitely go down the James Blake rabbit hole. That would be something to do. I gotta get down a bunch of different artists rabbit hole. I've been trying to listen to a lot of music. I've been listening to a lot of synthwave in general, but I don't think that's the way. Cause when I was making more hip hop stuff, I was listening to a lot of indie stuff. I would almost never listen to hip hop, ironically enough. I mean, I listen to some, a fair share. I ain't gonna say none. I was still listening. I listened to Kendrick before and as he blew up, because it was that whole process, the Section 80 era and the Good Kid, Mad City era. And then some Ross was probably the only Ross and some Wayne were the only like mainstream guys I was fucking with. But then it was like James Blake, Fleet Foxes, LCD Sound System. There's a bunch of just indie, like either electronic or whatever artists. My mind just went fucking blank. Burial. I was huge into Burial at that era. Fucking Animal Collective. A lot of hipster shit, but was it? Is it the Bravery? Is that their name? I think that is their name. So I was listening to a lot of that type of shit, and then I would come into hip hop with fresh ideas. You know what I mean? And I mean, of course, Kanye. I was listening to Kanye too at the time, even though not all of it. I didn't like all of it, because I liked the My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, but then when he did the even though I liked some of the songs off the group album, Burial was goated. That's what I was listening to, and so every now and again, a Kid Cudi. There's a bunch of artists. Death Grips obviously was around then. There's just a bunch of different stuff, and my mind is going blank because I'm on the spot. I'm having strained brain. After this, I'll think of this artist, that artist. I think like 100 artists that I was listening to at that time. But I got to get back. I have to have a catalog again of different artists. So maybe adding James Blake. I've been going back to some of the artists I mentioned. That's why some of them, like LCD Sound System, came to mind, because I do fuck with it. Let me mess around a little bit more with this composition. What is it? Go back to the verse. Oops. Yeah. Maybe it's just as simple as that. Guys. Just switching the chords a little bit around. So that's actually... We'll have to retrack the section. I'll probably end up retracking the whole thing. Sorry, guys, twice, which, no. Just out of habit. Oops, it's not far enough back. But for giggles and spits, actually, this is what we're going to do, because we're just taking this first chord, and I don't feel like replaying it. Oh, no, because we always fell into the trap. Hold on. Okay. Alrighty. Doing slightly different, just to have some sort of movement, at least like lengthwise. So using the same MIDI. And what are we gonna do so we can hear how it sounds? Let's see, I guess we gotta create another track. Track insert track from template. Okay. So you guys can hear it. So we can just all hear what this just sounds like. And we'll be using whatever sound I used last. I gotta switch the bass line, or do we? I think I almost liked the way this went. I'm just gonna change it a little bit. Just change the duration, and we are gonna retrack stuff. So we just did that. Then it's gonna go away. A lot of the shit we just did is gonna go away just because now I'm like, you know what? I want to change those last bars so there's some move, some change, some variance. Fuck you. This goddamn app. I think there is something. Whoever said maybe something with the DAW, live, you have been proven absolutely correct. That there is this. It's more annoying when you're doing this live than like I'm more chilled about it. What are you doing, fucking app? It's more annoying doing this live than it is like when I'm on my own. But like I'm seeing, oh no, this adds up. All these little minor issues that I just tolerate because it's a $60 program, it fucking adds up. And you realize it. And why aren't you quantized? Just cause fuck it. Cause fuck quantization. It's only one of the simplest MIDI things you can do, but we're just gonna make it stupid. Use grid. Are you gonna use the grid? No, you're just gonna be slightly off, even though I'm trying to quantize. Now, what I'll have to do is save? Just have to save this and move it over and like save it, and then when I open it again, and probably a lot of these issues I won't be happening, but I am having them now, and I don't know why, but I am, and it's like this shit adds the fucking up, and it's like golly, maybe this is hurting my creativity because I'm not someone obviously monitoring. You guys are here, and I'm like maybe this is part of it. You had said it. I'm like no, I don't want to use it. The DAW is an excuse, but when I can't even quantize shit without going through all notes, well, no, just selecting notes. I don't want to do anything crazy. But when basic quantization, and you guys can see, I am hitting Q, and this quantized events thing is coming up. It's supposed to be quantized to 100%, meaning to these, and I know Dempsey will get. Actually, Dempsey and you both get it. You see that little space? I just want to remove that little space. And it won't do it. I don't know why. And I don't know. It just doesn't want to do it. It just wants to be a bitch. And let me just try deleting this again. Copying this again. Maybe there's something wrong. Is it? Yeah, there's something here. See, this is the issue. For some reason, when I copy and paste it, this happened. And so now it's just off. And it's no reason. This is dumb. So we are going to be retracking stuff. So, but this is why, and it's all like this for all of them, just because. And I know it's probably shit. It kills me, man. It's like using a rock to frame a house. Yeah, you could do it, but should you? It's like, why is this so complex? And since your dildo said it earlier, is delete gonna happen? I just don't want this here. And again, I'm sure I could watch a tutorial and look at it. I hit quantize. It moves itself over. Why? Fucking cuz. So first off, before I go totally off the rails, let me save this and get back into this project and hope firstly that solves some of my issues. Which honestly, if it does, still speaks to this not being the best. What's today's date? Or what's today? It's 11/12 now. So 11/12/23. But this is what we've been pretty much working on. And when I just go back to make a simple change, it's like here comes extra work and ideas. Remember, I had the idea, let me add a little synth line into it. And now it's like whatever idea I may have been bumping around in my head is long gone for this shit. And it's still not quantizing. After I went back into, I know you guys aren't looking at it. This is unreal. And this is what I figure out problems for and deal with. But this takes a lot of time. And I don't know what to do with shit like this. I don't know why this is. I don't get why this happened. And that's the thing. And this happens all the time, like I said, but I just get used to it. And so again, for some reason these work. Are these all quantized properly? So this part is just the verses. Okay. And only God knows, I just copied and pasted the notes. Only God knows we're going to get them back. So hopefully, let me see if I could draw a fresh event. Nope, I can't. So it wants me to keep drawing this one, and then it wants to keep doing the shitty stuff. And this is like basic shit that's been wrong with this shit for 10 years. I'm using this shit off and on for 10 years, and I'm still dealing with this shit. And because it's a $60 program, and because back in 2012 was one of the best at handling hardware, I just been using it ever since. But it's like, no, there are fucking core basic issues. They just released the 7th one. I just paid them $60. And what do I get for my $60? A bunch of glitches, and the inability to just quantize something properly. After copying and pasting these notes, there's some demon on these notes. I still can't quantize properly. You know what? Fuck it. I don't know why. I don't have no clue. Let me try copying this again and seeing if I can just make the same edits, if it'll just work. And it probably won't. This is unfucking acceptable, man. Actually, I'll paste it. It won't fucking do it just so I can remember what the fuck the notes were. Okay, so all I have to do is this. So my little baseline idea is kind of gone fucking fucked. Okay, it looks quantized again. Luckily, we're going to retract this shit anyway. So I might as well just fucking delete this. And actually fucking delete that. So let's change the color. Maybe when the color changed, something happened. And shout out to you guys. What is it, 2 a.m.? I don't know if I have the heart to keep you guys up for the funk song. I think we're going to end once we fix this and maybe come up with a synth line. Because we're going, we 2 hours. Yeah, we're way past 2 hours. And you've been hearing me complain, smoke. But we did get some synth. This is Synthwave, sort of. And it is made. But yeah, I'm realizing these are the frustrations that I deal with. But this does take time, and this does impact the creative process. That's what I was trying to fix, the first part. And I was actually going to keep it in this section, just sound a little different. because this is a basic bitch enough, so slight changes may help. So instead of just following the tonic of which is the one chord again, I just kept it wherever the fuck it was. I forgot what number. So we got a rearrangement. I'll retrack this stuff. And so how the fuck do I want to finish this one? After all that shit, let's just get back to it. 3:15 a.m. here. We're using the cooking. Yeah, it was 9 a.m. here. So yeah, you're good. It's early morning. He said, try hitting your monitor. Yeah, I stopped looking at you guys. I'm sorry. I just was ranting and just fixing it. Yeah, it looked like using a rock to frame a house. Yeah, you can do it, but should you? I'm used to working in no small 128. Snaps into place auto. This will drive me nuts. Yeah. What'll happen is it'll snap into place the first time, but for some reason the copy and pasting thing, I don't know what's in their code. There's something fucked up about the code in their copy and paste. And I think there's also issues just because it's a newer version. One of the gifts and curses of Reaper is they're always updating. So these glitches I might not face in a week because they may put an update and they go away and it's cool, but then they may show back the fuck up because they keep updating them or a different glitch shows up. I don't want to badmouth it because, I mean, I'll watch somebody produce it fucking, what is that shit? Granted, it's the free thing, GarageBand. And honestly, I think Reaper was a little quicker than GarageBand. It seemed a little more cumbersome doing shit in there. But it's just, there's a lot. And then Reaper has they have some decent effects built in, but they have very little built in. And even stuff that's Reaper proprietary stuff is done by just rando assholes over the internet. So you got to trust their code. I just think, a lot of people love it. A lot of people will sing to the heavens about Reaper. And I will. I do like it. But when it was to be a bitch, it can be. And I don't know, maybe it's just Reaper's time of the month and I just gotta get with it. There, marinate the beef. You plan on finishing? Yeah, we're gonna just finish with this. I don't think I promised. We'll try next week. We'll try with a funk song. And homie made great shit in GarageBand. You can. Like I said, I think this, from looking at someone producing GarageBand, as much shit as I just complained about, I felt like it was probably simpler just because I'm watching them. Like, it's probably simpler doing this shit on Reaper. Oh, this is just that. And there's some issues. Now, I've used GarageBand on iPad. I need to get back to making beats for the iPad because that's pretty fun. Obviously, Madlib loves it. It's very fun. It's a lot. It's simple. Now you do have some glitches with some of those programs. Beatmaker can glitch out sometimes, but it's pretty cool. So actually, real quick, let's change the colors. We got a few things to do. So I got to come up with something new for the end of the hook part of the composition. And then we got to retrack everything, all the sounds. And then we're going to try to add something on top of it. And then after we add something on top of it, it's a Ka lyric. Oh, the marinate the beef you plan on finishing? I see. Oops, let's do one random color because these are all the same. So bear with me. I'll try to talk it out because it's very matter of fact stuff. Actually, we can probably keep it like that. It's not a lot of thought. The creative part is not happening right now. We're just doing the kind of the utility stuff. So we've got this bass line and main chord progression for the verse change, and at least for the last measure or last was it 4 bars? Yeah. And let's figure a way to change this one. Let's go back to plan. And what do we have? Okay, I'm messing around with stuff. Sorry. Yeah, don't wait, just shoot them, basically, right? Yeah. You can get fucked up doing that shit. Sorry. I'm messing around with stuff, just trying to figure out. Maybe that's keep it dumb simple. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Keep it dumb simple. Do I gotta play it? Ugh. This is what we're gonna do. First, delete this so we can copy and get a new thing. Hope it doesn't act like a bitch because I just want to copy and paste. Let's get what we don't need. Okay. Here, move it down an octave. Oops. Let's go back. What was the lowest note? One off. Okay. So then we'll, after all this shit, we'll just layer this shit and or retrack it and then relayer because we did layer it the first time. Oops. There we go. So let's see how this sounds. And we'll just have the bass line reflect that. Now, let me see. Oh, shit. I don't want to change it for all of it. Yeah, there's got to be a better way. But see, even knowing there's an issue with this DAW, there's still a learning curve with every other DAW that ever existed. So I'm not going to be out of the water. And honestly, I don't know if I want to go the whole octave now. So bassline's going to have a different energy. all that shit. But we're gonna retrack this shit and try to add some synth shit to it. Okay, so we gotta retrack the bass line because that changed obviously, and we gotta retrack each sound. So we're gonna go to this sound first since that's what it's on. On the other hand, you can quantize in piece, yeah. But it's like I gotta figure out what the DAW is. I've been looking at Bitwig, cause that might be the DAW. Cause you know, to be compositionally friendly, and that you can get up and go, but also be like, actually I don't need this track anymore. That was just to play along. Have this still cool, simple to see, you know, even though it looks ugly, it's still very simple to visualize everything. And actually, let me change the color of this. But you see, there's a lot of auto doing it too. And I would love for it to do, if there was a way to do it on its own, oh boy, we would be really in business. But I have everything pretty visualized. Like, okay, I can see where things are. Like I said, I can add a label hook. I can do time changes pretty easy. There's a lot of stuff that's intuitive, but then just like something basic, bitch. Even this is the MIDI pattern. I can have it tracked out, each drum sound tracked out on its own track, and I will probably eventually just for mixing purposes. And there's just so much simple, easy stuff that I'm just so quick to doing. But yeah, so that's okay, so we're gonna mess with this sound, and we got the bass. All right, we're gonna track this. So I hear good stuff about Bitwig too, and then you mentioned your boy Carl Finlow uses it. He does pretty good stuff. So let's track this stuff, and then we'll layer the one sound, and then we'll mess around and see if we can come up with something cool. And we might use some VSTs for that. Starting to get into it, man. This beat. So let's mute this MIDI for the bass line. Keep the MIDI going. Let's actually delete this and retract that part with the other sound that Cinch and Dildo kind of co-produced because he liked it. And is that the only thing that should be going? That should be the only thing going. Still the same MIDI. All right, let's do it again. Okay, I think we do got something. at least we got, like I said, a little basic bitch, simple thing. We got something to say, hey, because from a creative standpoint, all we did, again, took Viva La Vida, switched the chord to a different key, chords in a different key, switched around the progression, the order of the chords, and just used those same, technically it's not the same 4 chords, but the same 4 chords in a different key as far as number. And this wasn't a rocket science song to make. But I actually like it. I don't think it's terrible. I guess I got to give you guys co-production credit, right? Because you guys helped with it. You know, you said add the clap, which I was probably going to do because, you know, I'm doing my Prince thing, but still. And it's on record. But I ain't give you shit because we ain't making nothing out of this. Come on, guys. Listen, if you guys ever wanted something, I'll toss you something, but, like, come on, man. It's you're the only one watching right now. Sit your dildo. I think we lost Dempsey. It's too late. It's damn there. You know, it's 3:30 a.m. We started late. We've been going close to 3 hours. Was it? Right around 3 hours. But we lived up to the title Synthwave. And we have a full little arrangement. To build upon, you know, we can then add just whatever sounds we want on top of this, and do what we do. Oh, Dempsey's still here. He's still chugging along. Just slow because it is late. No worries. Look at me, Mom. I'm a producer. Where my money? Well, you get to live the life of a producer. You don't get paid. For giggles and kicks, let's actually get this arranged into something. So this is where, because this is the verse part. Oh, this is the bass line. Let's make sure this is split as well. Oops. So we don't have to, hopefully it's not going to give you the same issues quantizing the fucking audio that it did the MIDI. So, color. And just loop. And part of me doing that is just so we can have it play with a more realistic view of what I'm doing sonically. So it would probably, you know, I don't know what the intro is going to be for real. I don't know what order everything is going to be when we're actually at a song standpoint. But this is, you know, this is the basic stuff of songwriting, right? Just having a framework. And I'm just going to kind of come up with some melodies with the different keyboard. If initially I said I'll use a VST, which I might end up doing in addition, but I'm actually going to start off with another keyboard that's kind of a bread and butter keyboard, the good old Matrix 1000 that I got for a couple $100, if that. I think it's worth a lot more now, and it had to get repaired and stuff. This is a cool little synthesizer, and then I even finally have a controller for it. But I mean, you can just use the presets. Don't let anyone tell you preset. I mean, fuck you. I mean, I do know how to make sounds, and obviously, you know, sound design stuff. I'm not an expert, but I do. You know, I'm not really editing too much sounds. I think I messed around with one of the bass lines in one of these songs. But I mean, presets rock. I mean, I got mono synths that have no presets too. So, you know, not just a preset whore, but they rock. So, we'll mess around. Shit is so loud and that's why I try to turn them down a little bit. It's hard to hear the sounds I'm messing with. Let's actually preview some sounds, mess around with these. And it is getting late. And because of that fucking editing fiasco, whatever little idea I had is now gone. It's too much. You can layer. There's stuff to layer. But as far as having just a keyboard sound, you know what? Let's go back to the world of VSTs. We're going to turn the synth sound down. Yeah. Those two synth, especially now that there's two of them, they have a lot of impact. That's the gift and the curse of an analog synth. That bitch is gonna hit. You know what I'm saying? That bitch is gonna hit. It's not even turned. It's at, because this synth is actually right in front of me. It's at halfway for each layer. So, and now, I turned it down. It still has some impact. That's the gift and the curse. That shit just cuts. That's why a lot of times, you don't need that many sounds when you use analog shit, And don't get me wrong, I'm about to use some digital shit too, because they each have their place, man, between analog and digital. This is although it looks complicated, I don't even know what all that shit does. But it's a recreation of the DX7, which was naturally a digital synth, plus it's a keyboard or it's a VST. But the advantage is you can get more like, I don't want to say creative, but you can come up with way weirder sounds with digital stuff. And there's more leeway to stuff. And so even though I'm still being a preset whore, you're achieving analog warmth. Yeah, that warmth is for real, man. And there's some good VSTs. I got Diva, I got Zebra, I got other VSTs that have some warmth and some kick to them too, some bite. And I trust if I actually had a real version of this, it'll probably kick a little harder, even though it's still a digital synth, because of those old school converters. They kind of have a warmth to them. So let me mess around, even without the track going. I mean, this is showing you guys my process for kind of coming up with stuff. Obviously, we started from a place with the chord progression, but it is sort of this trial error. So I know the key. The key we're in, for those who, keep hearing me go. That's just to remind myself which keys to use. I don't have perfect training, right? I have some training. Cause I went through like a little course in college, and so I understand the keys. And so this is in a major key, because remember we started off with Viva La Vida, which is in the key of C. That's where we started. But that's where I messed up. It's not in C, it's in F. I'm sorry. I fucked you guys. No, F, G. So we were in G to start with Viva La Vida. So that wasn't. Oh, wait. So I don't know. Well, whatever. We moved up to. Maybe I misunderstood which key we were in, and therefore used a totally different progression. You're hard to train. App Vig, exactly. Very hard to train. So now I realize we started off from a false premise, because we were never in C. That's the second chord, not this. So we started off from a false premise. Anyways, because that chord progression still works, we started off thinking we were doing 1, 2, 3, 5, or 1 3, 5, 2, or 1, 2, 5, 3, whatever I thought I was doing. I was doing something totally different, because whatever. There may be, if you know fucking music theory, and I'm sure I said something fucked up, please correct me, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Clearly, if you've watched any of this stream, the thing you should get is I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But you know what? It works anyway, because it's still that same. The interval between the chords still was the same. So even if I didn't know what key I was in, the interval still worked. And so we just switched around the chords. Oh, fuck. We switched around some. When we fucked around, we came up with what we came up with. The phrasing. Yeah, the phrasing was similar. We used a similar phrasing to Viva La Vida, even though I kind of did it in a fucked up way. But at least it gives me, which is actually a good thing for legal purposes, right? Because you can't say I stole that song, because what we came up with was a totally different composition. This sounds nothing like Viva La Vida at all. Like when you play it, there's no similarity outside of that major key tonality. All you have is major, minor, diminished. That's all you really need. And then the 7, adding the 7. And then when you add those numbers, that just means like octave. So if the root is the 1, to add the 13, you just count out the 13. Technically, that's the 2, but it's an octave up. It's 23. No shit, just stumble through and fall upwards. But so this is actually, for composition purposes, this whole stream is actually positive, because this is the sweet spot of music theory. I had it slightly off, so I came up with something totally different. You'd be better off learning more theory. I don't know. My theory is that no, don't learn too much. I learned enough theory to get a similar phrase going, and then switch that phrase around to get to where we got. But being slightly off meant I went further away from the source. So now even though this is going to probably sound like a totally different song, because you only lose the same few chords or same few chord phrases or chord intervals, I used the similar chord intervals to come up with something else. So it's like having theory help. Sometimes it sounds better when you randomly strike keys. I started this whole thing to mention that I was just going to mess around. This is the key we're in now. No matter where the fuck we started, we're in. All that, I said we started in G, we went to G sharp. We went to G sharp. We fucked up the phrasing, and here we are. Zombie was there, and I was like, "It's that hard? Watch." See, that's where I got to get to. So all this, we only went up. So I took a similar phrase, but technically because of what I did, actually either in G sharp or what the hell is the other key we might be in? I feel like we're in G sharp major. This definitely sounds majory. So we're either in G sharp or F minor. That key is stepped on. All these keys have been stepped on. It's all derivative bullshit. But anyways, I said all that because even though I'm not sure if I'm going to use this sound, I just need something to kind of come up with melodies. Let's go back to this song. What the fuck is even going on in this song? Something like yeah, don't you forget about me. Now we're doing jazz, man. Jizz, I don't know. I don't know about that drum, that chord drum. It's there. Tim Pool to sing on this? No. I'd rather get Tommy, right? Oh, you had to make a song with one of them, Tim Pool or Tom McDonald. Dempsey, you're the musician. You get a call, and you get a call from some conservative and say, hey, man, here's 100 racks. We like your music. We want you to work with. You can pick. We'll find, if you don't want, whichever artist you don't want to work with, we'll see if we can find that Fat Vigilante kid, see what he wants. But would you rather work with Tim Pool or Tom McDonald? It's 100 racks. Some conservative, MAGA wave. Some conservative representatives are like, man, we really want to associate you with our brand. We really want to get this MAGA wave going. We represent a myriad of clients, but the two most interested in your work was Tom McDonald and fucking Tim Pool. They really want to get down with you on some music stuff. Would you work with either or both or neither? Or, whatever. What do you do? And again, here's 100 racks for your troubles. Not a million. We ain't, it ain't like, you know what I'm saying? But 100 racks is still a lot. You know what I mean? We represent conservative values. And we really want it. Said McDonald all the way. It said easy. Yeah, man. I was wondering, as much as we talk, that boy Tim Pool is lost in the sauce. So it's like, man, I don't really want to work with either. I mean, he's singing. Golly. You might be right. I'd rather have neither. And neither would fit this shit, right? And there's better conservative rap. Yeah, there's better everything than both. But Topher, I never heard of Topher. Never heard of Topher. I'm not too interested in conservative rap. I'm not interested in partisan rap in general. I'm always interested in good music, so if it's good, that's different. But man, I don't know if I have any ideas. I think we're stretched out. We're going 3 hours. I think we're getting towards the end, guys. I don't know if you guys could even hear the piano drone that I was messing with. I didn't record it. I didn't really like it. It didn't really move me. I know all we have right now is we spent all that time. I know the first half we would listen to some other beats or whatnot. All we have really is a framework. Drum track, a bass line, a keyboard line. It could be a guitar. Don't matter. I'd murk them before they sing one note. For 100 racks, I would do it. I really would. I'm not gonna lie. I feel it would probably be easier to get a better song with my production. So I could just, I would send Tom down the same beat I sent fucking Matt. I'll send him that. Which I'm not gonna play. I should have said it, but it's only 2 people here. We'll see if he actually comes out with the track, or if he remembers that he got the email. Could actually send him something, and you just sent me. I'm assuming this is a Topher link. Free the Patriot. Okay, I'll check it out. Oh, he's from California, so he probably really feeling it. Check it out real fast. Okay, we'll check. We'll check it out at the end of the stream. Let me pack this bow, and then we'll probably. I do want to end off with my music. Well, let me pack this bow, smoke a little cash, then pack another bow. We'll check out Topher, because if we get copyright claim in the same, if you watch this back, if there's a gap with Topher plays or when Alchemist plays, you know why? Because the copyright. Because nowadays, a lot of people will let you use copyright material, so it's not a problem. We'll see if that's the case. We'll check out Topher, and then I'll play what we have so far, and then we'll get out of here. And Dempsey and Dildo, you guys were here last week. I feel like this week went a little bit better. Hopefully you heard some of the sounds as they were being made. Well, obviously you did, because you guys had input in the composition. And then we actually made some synthwave. Technically, it was Sunday morning, but it was synthwave got made live. I did start off messing with an older track, and messing around, but we ended up making something fresh here, so that was cool. And kind of fucking up. Who knows? What if that's the biggest hit I ever make? Who knows? But we actually made, definitely felt better this week. Yeah, progress is good. So, okay, we're going to keep doing this. And it's going to have a chill vibe. Maybe I will be able to talk about other stuff, because it's not going to spend the whole time just making music. Because when I make music, I don't. Because I'll drive myself crazy. I need the space. I need those breaks. You know what I'm saying? as much as I talk about wanting to make music quicker, and I do, but I need the breaks for ideas. Granted, we didn't do this. Was a very simple. The ideas part took only a few minutes, but still, I don't think this probably would have took me a half hour, 45 minutes instead of 2 hours. It really took. Consider the first hour was kind of bullshit or whatever, but still, I don't know. Maybe I don't make some of the same decisions, so this was still pretty fun. But all that aside, let's listen to this Topher individual. So looks like there's the Marine rappers with him. Whoa. So let's he's got a little story here. Says it was on January 6th. You know how that date lives in infamy now. So yeah, we're gonna play this. I'm gonna cut the mic. We're just gonna play it. If there's a gap, we got copyright claimed. It is what it is, and then we'll play what we have and call it a night.
Someday I would buy dollies with good oars and sails to distant shores. Stand up high in the prow, noble bark I steer, steady course for the havens. Too many foemen, too many foemen, too many foemen.
Tens of thousands on my right, thousands by my side. War between good and evil, watching our fists collide. Battle for our freedom now, to the streets we ride. Flags waving all around, pages full of pride. This is where we make a stand, no more give or take. March around the Capitol, storm the city gates. Putting pressure on their necks until the truth breaks. All walls of corruption, take out all the snakes. Star Spangled Banner, got it playing loud and proud. People from all walks of life filling up the crowd. Defend the Constitution, many warriors have vowed. Casting down any among us who have bucked and cowed. Enough with tyranny, we come to take our country back. For all citizens, white, red, brown, or black. Return her to a form of glory, fix their bloody crack on the crown. Fetch a gown, it's going down.
Someday I would buy dollies with good oars and sails to distant shores. Stand up high in the prow, noble bark I steer, steady course for the havens. Too many foemen.
My mama told me, yeah, she warned me that this day would come. I'm like my father, go to combat with the blazing guns. I survived that, then I came back to the place I'm from to face off all these haters and the battle in the place I love. You can't break me down, I'm indivisible. You still see my raps if I was invisible. But I'm standing tall, and I spit the truth. So you all appalled, cause you know it's true. They call it freedom cause the fallen troops pay for this. I love this country, doesn't matter how much hate I get. I take my colors in the battle, ain't no wavering. Cause this is for my warriors who marching to the cadences. This is for the sisters working hard on the ship. This is for the brothers getting y'all doctorate. Father, yeah, taking y'all on the ship. Baby, tell me why it's hard for the patriot.
My mother told me someday I would buy dollies with good oars and sails to distant shores. Stand up high in the prow, noble bark I steer, steady course for the havens. Too many foemen, too many foemen, too many foemen.
All right.
Tens of
So Patriot chart. So they brought it back. Number 4 on hip hop. Number 5 in R&B. That's weird. And 25 in digital songs. Okay. It's a cool little story. Okay. What do I think of the song? Now, listen, I'll tell you this. That shit, yeah, I know since your dildo said it was corny, I'll take this over Tom McDonald in a heartbeat. This is not even close. Like it was solid. I mean, but like, yeah, this makes Tom McDonald look where he should be. I'll take this over Tom McDonald. But listen, look what I've just made. Listen to what I just made. I ain't Mozart over here myself. So this over that. Yeah, I'll take that over Tom McDonald. like to go back to the hypothetical, if this was an option, they would win, right? If it was them, Tim Pool, Tom Down, like them, please, God, them. MAGA, nah. Even the only thing I'm thinking of as far as with the music, which I mean, I'm gonna talk about a bunch of shit musically, and really, I'll give before I play this and then we get out of here, I'll let you know where my thinking is initially, and I still have the idea for 7 projects, right? Let Rome Fall, Let Babylon Fall, the first 2, which is really one split into 2. And then what was that? It's on my refrigerator, but I'm not in the fucking living room or kitchen. Love Not the World or something along those lines is the album title. And then Who is VigilanteWilliamson is one, and What Does He Want? Next one is To Try to Help the World and To Live in Peace. But there's like concepts musically behind them. Each project and them as a collective. I'll take Vanilla Ice on Crack. Yeah. I might do that, Dipsy. If Crowder being a bitch and put that to music, that might be a video to be done. I tried to do that with that fucking Save Big Con shit I did. Dipsy, did you ever see that shit? I created a whole, go to savebigcon.com right now, and if not, I'll actually play it. But I created a whole thing making fun of that Crowder Daily Wire shit back earlier in the year. But anyways, I have the concept for those 7 projects, but I don't think I can musically execute to the extent that I want to be. If Sir Christopher Lee make metal, you can make any type of music you want. In the 3 spaces that I'm messing with is obviously this 80s inspired stuff, and then kind of blending that with hip hop and maybe trap and stuff like that. Oh, maybe that would be something to do. If we weren't about to get out of here, we could always just try to add trap drums and see how that sounds. And then the whole sample based stuff. I haven't. There's a record player and an MPC and stuff, and I haven't touched anything sampling this whole time. Just focus on synth stuff and then sample based stuff. And so the name of the project now I'm going to shout out to LCD Sound System is Borrowed Nostalgia. Because everything is nostalgia based. Even the hip hop will probably still have some synthwave stuff with it, or we have the sample based stuff. So I'm thinking about that to just do. Okay, here's a first project that I can kind of learn to rock with, and then get into the projects where there's more concept needing to be done. I'm still relearning everything. Yeah, trap drums can make any synth sound super dirty, absolutely. Stinson from Drexia had a similar concept, 7 Storms he called it, 7 different albums, 7 different names. Wow, that's the number 7. That hits me on some that's some vibrational shit that happened to be 7 because I got 7 projects and he does that. 7's one of those numbers. You know, the Most High rested on the 7th. You know, all that stuff. So that's just spooky. But yeah, I wanted to release I really want to release them quarterly. I want to be like 1 quarter, 2 quarter, doom. That's how I really, that's the energy. And I want to shoot, I want to do a lot, but like I can't musically execute it on, I can't musically execute at that level yet. So I need a project almost to warm up. And so that's where I'm like, you know what, the first one I'm gonna go with Borrowed Nostalgia, which was just I got other albums, I got tons of album titles that are just around, and that way I can execute on that concept of, okay, everything is synthwave inspired and or sample based inspired, and that's a, you know what I mean, that's a space I could go with. Yeah, highlight reels over beats. But yeah, that's another thing. I'm making beats, but these are gonna have lyrics. These beat tapes will probably come out amongst this stuff. There may be a Synthwave Saturday beat tape. But all these projects have lyrics, and some are gonna be sung with my natural voice, some are gonna be sung with auto-tune, a lot of it's gonna be rapped. that may be rapping to a 80. I might rap to a beat like this, like that we're about to play, even though that doesn't go well, or maybe rap the one part, sing the hook, even though it's still a very 80s style, just adding stuff like that. So these are the ideas. You know, it's just you two. You are the fan base. You two are the musical fan base. So I'm just letting y'all know this is where I'm going. This is because I was at such a place, you know, I wanted to just add everything all at once, and you know, I'm just not there musically, and I got to get there. So let me put everything into a project. And while I'm still going to release, like I wanted to release video, actually this week, I have to shoot a video of me performing Dewey. That's another song I'll play at the end. So real quick, you know what? Let's play this as an ender. Okay, what's this? Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to play we're going to save Big Con. I don't know if you ever saw this. As we're going to save Big Con, then we're going to play Dewey, then we're going to play my song, then we're going to play James Blake, and then we're going to get out of here. So here's a site that I own. I may be doxing myself if you guys are smart enough to do all that. It's called SaveBigCon.com. I don't know if you remember or if anyone remembers or cares, because now when people think of Crowder, they think of him yelling at his wife. But at some point, Steven Crowder had an issue with the Daily Wire over a contract. So I came up with this website because his thing was Stop Big Con. So I wanted to save Big Con. So I came up with this website, and I put this video on my YouTube, and this is all the website is this. So here's the video. So we'll play it, and then we'll continue on. Good day, conservative Americans. Do you like Sherry's Berries, apple pie, and Gina Carano? Are you a patriot? Then we need your help in the efforts to save Big Con from the evil radical left. And the despicable Steven Crowder, a man so self-righteous he thinks the voice of conservatism itself relies on his contract negotiations.
They keep talking about money. I'm talking about a country. I'm talking about a movement. I'm talking about making a difference. God bless the talk boy. Those things are worth like $5,000 now. It's an expensive gag.
A man who thinks we can just change our business model out of thin air.
Everybody loses money. You can't pay the same amount with less revenue.
How about you create a different business model?
A man who balked at a $50 million contract in which he would lose most of the money if he broke the rules on social media. Please help us continue the brilliant reporting of the Daily Wire.
P word is female genitalia. So he first and foremost lied by saying it was a contract. He lied by omission by not saying how much money, so people couldn't calculate, okay, really, how punitive is that $100,000? Not that much when you consider that there's a bunch of costs that go into producing a show and people that they may have paid, editors. In this case, he produces his own show, but you know, editors, writers.
And what other thing I like to say, any artist out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the video, all on the record, dancing. Come to Death Row.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Help us continue the fight to protect true American patriotism. Wake up. Look at this shit I did. What's wrong with you? See, stop worshiping this shit people. In a minute. Watch this shit in a minute. Constitution of the United States of America. Help us continue the good fight to peck out Steven Crowder and all of our competition, and help us save Big Con today. This is not affiliated with the Daily Wire, conservatism, or any political party, because you should not let people over the internet tell you how to think, regardless of the political slant. Look at that. That wasn't that bad. I mean, that was corny, but that was actually funny. I haven't watched it in a while. This movie is saving lives. Yeah, I don't think you were around, Crowder and Disney. Sometimes I forget what a sleazeball he is, right? And this shit, we didn't even show his wife. That shit with his wife is the funniest shit on earth, but it's fucked up. So we'll actually play it from the SoundCloud, one of two songs on the SoundCloud. Shout out to Jay Marvelous, who has a huge YouTube channel. He probably forgot. He sold me this beat 2 years ago. I am 100% sure he forgot. What's this here? Oh, you already heard it, Drunken Poet. There's no point in playing because you just said, oh, yeah, right here. So you've already listened to it. I almost feel stupid playing it. Crowder makes some good points. He's usually an over-aggressive, try-hard shit starter. Yeah, a shit stirrer. So you've already heard it. And I know since you heard it. Well, we're here, so we're fucking playing it. VigilanteWilliamson here. With Jay Marvelous on the track, man. You living up to your namesake. This beat is marvelous, man. This is going to be simple. It's wowzers. Coming live from the apocalypse before the cataclysm, cycling through this bondage's coping mechanisms. In what way will I make myself sick today? Crippled from my weight, but I'm still ordering Chick-fil-A, trying to read the scriptures more and not forget to pray. Don't take for granted the breath of life that you get today. Even if you suicidal as shit today, it's a way as I get lifted to sit in place. We all running a different race at a different pace. Never had success, but if I get a taste, I'ma just chill. That's being real. Make sure the fam never need for a meal. On the straight and narrow for the green. Stephen Mill, nowhere want a meal. No need for a bill, but still, my people Leonardo Raphael, teenage mutant ninjas out here catching shells. Splinter away from rats, lest ye catch a L. Super shred your head up, people diesel when they fed up. Land of the Wolverines, Logans run away from hell. Sinister magicians got the world in the spell. The same demons who overprice entrails. Lobster like escargot, it snails until there's intel. For stem cells, for incels, OnlyFans will always boom incels. The line between love and hate is a thin veil. Tried to crack the code but got off track with rails. Had the view for JavaScript but not what it entails. For more than Twitter pictures and event sales from the so-called woke. Why I'm still broke. Lives would be tragic if it wasn't such a joke. Only one a black man dead, gay or selling dope. I'm doing the latter with beats and rhymes. Who wants smoke? Kicking the door, waving the Rick Mahorn on the system. Viggy Smalls, a bad boy, should be playing for the Pistons. Comparing me to rappers and saying that they spitting is like praying to Satan and saying you a Christian. Are you kidding? My flow is like a saying Armageddon. Classic like Genesis, so say it's the beginning. I would keep going, but the beat cut off in 3, 2, 1. Ain't that bad.
At American Express, membership is about so much more than your card.
No, you're not getting no advertising dollars off of me. Ain't half bad. The first half is weaker than I remember, though. Yeah, you listen to this. I appreciate it. Part of me, I haven't actually heard it in a minute. The first half is weaker. It doesn't heat up until the fucking Leonardo, whatever I said, the Teenage Mutant Ninjas out here catching shells. From that point on, it's cold. That first half is a struggle to me. But that's the song. It's out. It's already been out for a year. I'm just gonna shoot a video for it, and so that's the idea. I don't think that's gonna go on the project. That's just gonna be just out there, just out here. So let's be more narcissistic. Play this song, and then we'll play James Blake, and we'll get out of here. It's been 4 hours almost. Jeez. So I mean, I it was cool. It's cool. It's just obviously one long ass verse. But yeah, I'm looking. You said I'd be scheming. I don't know if I'm scheming. But we're gonna shoot a simple video to that, just to for this channel, because we need more content on this channel, and then I put it on TikTok and Instagram, and I can say I at least gave that song. I did pay for the beat, so I gave that song the biggest, the best promotion I could, even though it's a 2-year-old song. It's still kind of, it is what it is. I don't feel as strong about the first verse, essentially, as I do the second, but that's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. So what did we have here with this simple, sort of mistake-laden chord progression? That's very basic. Oh, the bar scheming. I see. And then, so some of the stuff that was clever, especially the rails part, the coding part. If you know those, like all the coding languages I named, but still was able to talk, I was like, that's pretty cool. back into the hook. Sounds cool. All things considered. All things considered, man, I make worse stuff than this. I'll take it. Like, you know, I can always change the sounds. The framework is there. I can always add sounds. I probably will add sounds, do mixing, add effects, all that good stuff. But that, you know, we can do a lot worse than that. A lot worse than that. We've done a lot worse than that. So I'll take that. I'll take that. So let's see what you guys are talking about. Listen to Blues Traveler. It's the hook that brings you back. Yeah. I do have. I gotta check the other thing. I do have one for you. Interested? Yeah, we can listen to your stuff before we get this James Block. It was on my other album. I don't know if it'll claim it. Don't worry. If we get claimed, we might. You know, I've said it many times throughout the stream. If something gets claimed, we'll have to mute it or whatever. We'll just do it. And since you did, I plan on having a lot of albums just being just chopped up soul and chopped up samples with no hooks. I'm gonna there's, like I said, you kind of really three spaces: the generic hip hop space, which actually is probably gonna be the thinnest part. Even though there's gonna be a couple songs from that, the soulful spot, and even my generic. I mean, because like one of the songs is sample based, even that. So it's gonna be just kind of like just a miscellaneous hip hop is actually probably a better phrase. Miscellaneous hip hop. 80s synth inspired stuff with either 80s drums or hip hop drums, and soulful stuff with either some hip hop drums or no drums at all. That's from a production standpoint, and then rapping and singing on all of it. Some of it with auto-tune, some of it with not my regular voice, and trying to make it catchy but cool and interesting at the same time. And so that's a pretty good framework. I feel like that's the. And you know what, man? Part of this is looking stuff up on creativity, and it limits our good. No matter what people say, I have all this equipment, and sometimes I can do anything. That's not good, because you don't. If you can do anything, you will do nothing. If you have too much choice, the paralysis by analysis creeps in. So now there's a simple framework genre-wise for what the production will be like and what the vocals will be like. And there's still a lot of space within that framework. There's still a lot that can be done and can be added in. And you've heard some of the stuff. Some of it might be used. Some of it might be remixed and added to. But yeah, Dempsey, go ahead and put the track. You wrote this back in the 90s. Then you wrote the music a few years ago. Okay, we're going to check it out. We're going to check out Blake. We're going to ride out. Thank you guys for riding with me. We had a few people here earlier. Obviously, Nas actually was here. Papa Cotton was here. Low Spec was here. Might still be lurking around. Zombie Man was here. I feel like someone else. Was it Mike? Was Mike DiCarlo or somebody else here? Sorry if I miss you, blame my head, not my heart. So you guys still turned out. And we got a lot to do with this music channel. The whole Vigilante Media Network is growing, and we are doing stuff. And listen, I told you, since you did it, technically I've already satisfied, so I will release something original before the year out. I have just made an original song, and it's on the internet. So even though I haven't singled out and made it out, I have already satisfied what I've said. But we will have an official original song. Excuse my mic, it's a gaming headphone set for the Earth 3000. That's cool. It might sound grittier that way. So let's get this up. Oops, hold on. We want to show the people. Stop being so anxious, YouTube. Okay. And I'm going to shut my mic down so you can hear you guys clear.
The man was gravely mistaken. blind man with sunken cheeks stares around an empty room looking for his glasses. Time has no bearing on his mind. As the years come, they fly by like the pouring of molasses. He sits alone in his unlit house indefinitely. Out of the corner of his unseeing eyes, he sees a figure in black. This scared the man from deep within. The figure's bony hands arose and gave his sight back. The man was no longer disfigured, and this act by itself filled the man with inner joy. He was very much amazed and indebted to the figure in black and the magic the figure did employ. The man jumped and shouted aloud, not thinking about the gift he had just taken. The figure in black had been considered an ally in that way, among others. The man was gravely mistaken. 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 The man was gravely mistaken. The man was gravely mistaken. A blind man with sunken cheeks stares around an empty room looking for his glasses. Time has no bearing on his mind. As the years come, they fly by like the pouring of molasses. He sits alone in his unlit house indefinitely. Out of the corner of his unseeing eyes, he sees a figure in black. This scared the man from deep within. The figure's bony hands arose and gave his sight back. The man was no longer disfigured, and this act by itself filled the man with inner joy. He was very much amazed and indebted to the figure in black and the magic the figure did employ. The man jumped and shouted aloud, not thinking about the gift he had just taken. The figure in black had been considered an ally in that way, among others. The man was gravely mistaken. Mistaken. The man was.
Yeah, actually, the fact that mic
gravely
it still worked. You said you fuck up the vocals even more. I like the spoken word over a beat thing.
Gravely.
It's a cool vibe.
Gravely.
And it's a cool vibe.
The man.
Yeah, you could add in a little story because it almost sounds like a sample.
Mistaken.
Because of the distortion, I thought it was a sample. Oh no, that's him talking. And then I'm like, oh, it's just a spoken word poem over the beat. But I mean, it's cool. It puts me in mind. I mentioned LCD Sound System, that Losing My Edge. That's where fucking the album title I just mentioned, Borrow Nostalgia, comes from, that song. He does a spoken word part. Or Cake, what was it, The Distance? I remember that shit. Even though that was a little bit more to the beat. But I'm like, okay, this is cool. This is something a little different for that ass. Something a little different for that ass. All right. I vibes with it. I fucks with it. So let's actually finally get out of here with some James Blake. We will get copyright claim some way, somehow. We're determined to. But it's fine. It's fine. This is fine. This has been fun. I guess I'm going to talk my way out of this because we are going to get out of here. We'll play the whole song. We'll play the whole song, then rap. Well, not rap. Not spit. No MAGA bars. Wrap up. This is James Blake with the Bell Sketch. And we will be back with Vigilante Williamson Radio. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. This shit is like, fuck. Yeah, I remember that album. Well, I remember the one with the blurry face. It was that same pose. Who will take All right. That was James Blake with the Bell Sketch. Cold music, man. Cold music. Cold music. I'm going to have to get back into the James Blake, to the old stuff, the new stuff, the whole stuff. Yeah, it's like morphine jazz. Yeah, that shit's cold. And yeah, I always envy producers like that could just, for whether it's Flying Lotus, Jay Dilla, I mentioned Burial, and then that James Blake, he's got other music in that same vibe, but that shit's real cold. But that could just be, they can come up with their own rhythms. They can come up with their own rhythms and just be in those spaces and be, you know, what we just did for 3 hours was be all in key and all. You even talked about the quantization, right? That was an issue. Everything was about being perfect. And in this case, it's the entire opposite. It's like all about not being perfect, but still making it make sense. And I've always envied that. and those type of producers and those type of creators. Like literally, we just did the opposite of this. We used a basic bitch key. We based it off of a pop song. Even if we fucked up how we got to where we got, we used basic bitch chords and we had everything snap and everything hits. And then what is that? This is like different samples and glitches, and it just feels more like jazz. It feels more freeform. Yeah, the swing was in its own world. Just like I said, Flying Lotus. You guys another artist just popped up from Flying Lotus himself. What's my man? Was it the Gas Lamp Killer? Y'all remember him? He had music that kind of abstract, and he would do his little, this is dude Ganja Sufi. I don't know if y'all remember him. Was it Gas Lamp or Gaslight Killer? I might be fucking up his name. It was Ganja Sufi. I think he's producer, and he had a lot of music. Was the Gas Lamp Killer. But this shit is just like that vibe, man. If I could find that, I have the old hard drive. I don't know if it works. There were a few off kilter shit. I had this one really glitchy fucking song, and God, I wish I had kept that beat. I don't know. I was just high as shit that day, and was just messing with keyboards, and came up with this really weird. Sounds like it could be like a David Lynch soundtrack shit. It was the weirdest shit I ever made, but it was cold, and I'm like, God damn it, I'll never make that shit again. I was totally vibed, and it was just glitchy synths going on and glitchy drums, and the shit was cool. I couldn't do it again. I could only do it that night, being that high and that fucked up. I remember being super high and probably super drunk, and mainly high. I just remember feeling like I was high as a cloud, because the weed quality was just going up so much, and my tolerance ain't what it was. I was only a couple years into smoking, maybe less than. So I was high as shit, and I was just messing with keyboards, and basically I was basically like sampling and arranging the shit, and I don't know what the fuck I did that day. I have no evidence of this shit, but it was cold. It was so cold, and it's the coldest shit in that vibe I ever made. But you know what I'm saying, this shit. Hold on a second. I know we was going to leave. Let me see. I do have some of my old music. I got to skip to part of it, because my granddad is the intro of the song. Let me see if I can find it. I'm looking at my email off thing. And the intro has some glitchiness. Yeah. So hold on a second. Let me mute the desktop audio, because I don't want that motherfucker. And I'm about to just play the song and see if I got any docs and stuff in the song. So looking at it, the title gives it all away, because it has my album cover on it. I don't know how much y'all can hear the feedback. It should be muted. This shit is still cold, actually, I think. But this is when I was a little sad boy music. I'm trying to see if I can. Light Moth. Let me see. Actually, I think you're a little too loud, buddy. Okay, hold on, guy. You're talking too loud. Everyone can hear the damn song. So let's turn this down. I don't think there's anything I identify. I might actually play that shit for you. We're just never gonna leave. Now, what is this? Gas Lamp Killer is a fan of Blank. Okay, so I did get the name. Well, let's say Gas Lamp and Gaslight, so I fucked up. Anyway, his harmonic stuff is great. Remixes the main song. Like I said, close your eyes every now and again. Get out of your head. Music comes from the soul, not the brain. Correct. Show you experimental collab with 60 artists that I was a part of. Weird is good. I love glitchy stuff. Says Essential Dildo. Strange that I made second movement and mixed and leveled and added effects. How much would you charge for mixing? because you might be the guy to mix, because I think you do a pretty good job with mixing stuff, man. So we'll play this, and I think, oh man, I don't remember all the lyrics to know. I'll have to wait till next time. We might play some music from me when I was younger, and we can listen to that, because I just feel like there's something in there that's doxable, so I don't want to fuck it up. So even though this is the stream that never ends, let's listen to.
This is a dangerous.
No, this is not.
Group.
Ooh, this is the wrong thing. That's why. Play this. There we go. What I'm gonna do, because I'm not formally educated or trained. What I'm gonna do, this sounds cold. This is a nice chill smoke to me as I'm smoking. I'm getting high now. It's just lost in the vibe. That's why the stream is 4 hours long. But I'm gonna do the best job I can mixing my own shit. But I'm gonna send it to you and see if you can mix some of it too, and see what you think. And if you come up with if you feel like you want to do it off the love, I'll take that, because we obviously low budget out here. But you feel like, man, if I'm gonna do this whole project, I'm gonna need a little paper. Let me know. We can get it done. Don't play the very end, okay? I take it this is your part. Yeah, y'all killing this lo-fi and that chilled out music stuff. I fucked with them. Try Master Me, Auto Master, do manual adjustments too, it's free. Venus Theory says use those pro projects on a tight deadline. Fair enough. Hey, I might use all three. We'll do all three and see which comes out best. Why the fuck not? If you're down, Dipsy, if you're down, it won't be for another, as slow as the pace we're going, it won't be for another 4 months at max. Hopefully I can get it done. I really want to get this shit done by the end of the year. We'll see if we can. This is cold, man. I'll do real good work, man. I'm not trying to talk over it. Like the 2 seconds. It worked. And it's just like, man, I heard stuff not as good as this on fucking chill playlist, study playlist, lo-fi playlist. You know what I mean? Because I listen to a lot of those playlists, and right now, like I said, I'm listening to Synthwave stuff. But it's like, man, I hear stuff that's not this good. Oh man, sorry, this is doxing information to other people because they got the emails and shit. My bad. Definitely lo-fi. Oh shit, he didn't know I do genres, fair enough. Did the second part, I see. Down for whatever, alright, cool, man. We'll see. We'll use because I mean we are in the AI age, so that master software might do a dope enough job. So I'll come with my mix and see what you come up with, and then we'll just kinda see what's best. We'll just rock with it. This is cool, man. right, this is your part. I think you already said that. That piano puts me in mind of this Prince song called Ballad of Dorothy Parker. So you changed that song. That was a cool decision to make the change the sound. And that's a huge decision. I'm not in that space right now. We're just trying to put ideas around. We'll refine them later. But I'll show you. Let's let it play out. Let me shut up. Let it play out. And then I'm gonna show y'all what it means. This stream's going on a little more. Well, just because of the music there, that piano puts me in this space. We're not gonna play the last part. Let's rub it up. Okay. So let's go back. These lo-fi pianos. They put me in mind of a Prince song called The Ballad of Dorothy Parker, which the only reason this song sounds like this, funnily enough, is because the fucking mixer they had just installed for Prince's new home studio, they had put in the wrong power supply and they almost blew the damn thing up. But they didn't know. And everything just sounded fucked up, but they kept it because they're like, this shit sounds cold. Like, what the fuck did we just do? And here's the song. I'm not gonna play the whole thing because Prince everybody else may be cool. Prince is gonna get my ass. So we're just gonna play a little bit of it. We don't want to get too bad. Because we do also gotta end, but it's similar to this little. So it's almost the same sound. Listen to it back to back. The Prince one has the 80s compression, the 80s effects on it, but it's the same. It's pretty much the same little distorted piano sound. And that shit sounds cool. And it's in two halves. A, B, A, B, A, B, A. It's cold, man. A cold project. Here's the bass note that we're not supposed to play. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I just had to hear what it sounded like. Okay, this has been fun. We'll do this again every week. Oh, shit. You're rambunctious. We'll do this shit again every week we can, man. Every week we can. This is fun. It's only a couple of us. We'll see how copyright claim we are. But this has been Synthwave Saturday. This was the ideal episode. This is the ideal episode for the season premiere. If that was the pilot, this will be the season premiere. And this went well. Wait, more stuff to play. I'll play more. Let's keep Vigilante Radio going. Mala changes harmonics. Let's get that going. Actually, I can just do this way. Oh, man, this is cool. Nice and chilled out. We're getting copyright claim. Tiz with the tiz. Oh, this sounds familiar. Rest in peace to Triple X Tentacion. Is this the OG song or did you just take the same sample? Shit, forgot to say, you heard Too Many Zoos. I haven't heard Too Many Zoos. So this is the original. You guys are looking at the wrong thing. That's great. In any event, we're going to call it a night because I'm tired. I'm showing the wrong stuff. I'm probably going to fuck something up if I keep doing it. So shout out to this music. Sucks if we get copyright claim. Let me just go a little further. so I can have a little bit to talk. We will do this next week. Hopefully a little earlier. This is definitely fun. This kind of invigorates me doing music and me doing this type of stuff. But I'm going to get out of here. This went way longer than I thought it would, 4+ hours. So thank you, Dempsey and Cinch Your Dildo. But it wasn't just you guys. We had our man Nosferatu, the vampire, of course. We had Low Spec Linux Laptop. We had Zombie Main. I feel like somebody else showed up. But in any event, if I forget you, blame my head, not my heart. So if you like the video, please like the video. If you're so obliged to share and subscribe, please do that. But even if you do none of these things, thank you for watching. Thank you for your time. Good night and God bless. Guess I'll play the rest of the song on